break it down. So in the past, the bills and the invoices historically have been based on an hourly fee. So in the formulas, we had an hourly fee, but we just wanted full disclosure on this report to show what that hourly fee would be. And that's if they utilize one of our employees for the full hour or hours.
This is if the LEA utilizes them, correct?
And charters, yes. Well, right now, only the 3%, greater than 3% districts right now.
Got it. Okay. So is there any adjustment to that to deal with what we're currently talking about in terms of the, you and I were just talking, I mean, there are questions about funding FTEs, question about charges to LEAs. Anything in here reflect tweaks to that, or is that being done elsewhere?
That's being done elsewhere, and I'll defer to Superintendent Coleman on that. But these fees would go into place for the greater 3% and the lower 3% and the charters if direction we get from the board and from the legislature to move forward with that.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. And Superintendent Coleman, go ahead. I'm just trying to see if there's a shift in what's being done here that's meant to address that potential shortfall, or if this is just making explicit something that's already been kind of how these are
This
formulated.
is the fee schedule, which is approved annually.
Right.
And the fees bump up annually. It's what we charge either districts or people, anything we charge every year. And so this is
Right.
this doesn't address that other issue at all,
All right.
of who we charge and when.
Okay.
It's just
I mean,
if
I
we
can see
charge
this
anyone.
potentially being a source of adjustment, but it's not. This is not.
No,
being
today's
tweaked
approval is just
to-
if we have to charge anyone
Got
for
it.
anything, this is what the fee would
Okay,
be.
and it's carry forward from, or not carry forward in terms of funding, but same formula as in the past. You just elevated the visibility of the hourly fee. Okay. Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I've been working with the legislature for a number of years, and I learned something new. When was this? 6 weeks ago, brand new. I had no idea that public entities had to submit, and then in a bill, every fee was approved. So health department, all these different departments, the USDB is among those. So the fees that are associated here, and I'm sure that's so that there's a clear understanding of what the cost is, that you can't be fluctuating up and down, that the public, and in this case, even schools, but the public knows exactly what that fee schedule is. Yeah, because when I looked at the bill, I was like, oh, I had no idea. How did I not know this? But this is what would be reflected on that bill this year through the legislature is the this fee schedule. So this is different than the student fee stuff, right? All that kind of stuff. What this is just simply the cost of doing business at USDB, unless I've misrepresented that in some way. That was all new to me. So if you didn't know that, and maybe you guys did, but it was fascinating. I was like, I had no idea this was associated with, and it's part of that public transparency piece, and then also that the relationship with not just the public, but those that are, having to receive the fees. So I'm just sharing those out loud.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, I just have a procedural question. If the fee schedule has changed, then don't we have to have another public meeting? Because the point of 2 public meetings is to give the public an opportunity to respond. And if we approve this, then the public didn't have an opportunity to respond. And I'm concerned that it would be a violation of process. I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah. Superintendent Coleman?
Yeah, that's why we were required by code to bring it before the board twice, and so it was presented first last month for your awareness and for the public awareness, and it was also placed on the public comment period of the board agenda, and so this is the second time.
Okay, so it did not change from the last time you presented.
No.
It changed from last year.
Right, but not from last month when it was.
Okay. I think that was the question.
Okay.
This is the
Okay.
procedure,
I
yeah.
misunderstood.
I
Thank
think
you.
she was concerned that it may have been changed since the last public discussion. So, okay. Any other questions, comments from board members? If not, the motion is that the board review and approve the FY26 USDB fee schedule. So let's vote. Let's see. Are we doing a roll call on this, or should we go electronic or hybrid? I can do either. Go. You just tell me. Should you want to go roll call for this one, or should we hold? We're not going anywhere. We're fine. Okay. Let's go to those online while she's setting it up electronically. Let's see. So we have Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Is yes. Member Norton.
Yes.
And do we have Member Hymas? Not yet. All right, so we have 3 yeses so far. Let's see, is it up? Okay, please vote. Electronic voting is open. Did I go too fast? Oh. So let's see, that's 12. We're looking for 2 more. It's not up for you? There you go. Okay, so that's 13. So that's it. Okay.
But you're wanting us to record these.
Did we get Vice Chair?
So Vice Chair Hart's a yes?
Yep.
What is,
Norton was a yes.
Member Norton's a yes, and Member Klein is a yes.
can you guys record? Brent?
Brent, could you hit Kristen's vote? And then over there for Member Klein, you got already hit that one? There we go. Okay, that passes 13-0. Thank you very much. Next, I think information item. Back to. You usually run this? I think you usually direct the traffic here. Why don't you take it away? You can direct the
Thanks,
flow here.
Mr. Chair, the next item is our monthly budget update, so we'll let Mr. Empey handle that.
Okay, good afternoon and happy holidays, everyone. It's a great time of year. And thank you to all of you who your term is expiring for your public service. We really appreciate working with you. It's my pleasure to introduce, to my right, Vicki Summers. Vicki is our amazing financial manager. And one of the reasons why our financial reports are as solid as they are is because of Vicki's hard work. And so we're trying to get some redundancy in case I get hit by a bus or a train that Vicki can present. I'll be out of town next month, so Vicki will be presenting. And she's going to present the results of the first 4 months through October 31st, and we'll entertain any questions that you may have. Vicki?
Thank you for that very kind introduction, Director Impey. And good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chairs, and board members. Carl suggested I give you a little bit of information about myself. I came to USDB just a little more than 9 years ago, and I came from the Department of Natural Resources, and I started at USDB as their financial analyst, and now I am in the finance manager role. So I am very happy to be here today, and I'm happy to give you the report. So we'll just go ahead and get started. So we have the USDB financial report, and this is for the 4 months ending October 31st, 2024. I am pleased to report that USDB continues to be financially solvent. We are able to meet all of USDB's financial obligations. For these 4 months, USDB's revenues were $17.4 million. And again, I'm rounding the numbers that I'm presenting, but the actual numbers are reported in the financial reports. So again, our revenues were $17.4 million. Our expenditures are $17.9. That does leave us with a $462,000 shortfall revenues over expenditures, but that is due to our 2.4 advance on student transportation that we actually received our fund reimbursement for that in period 6. So when we present our December financial report, you'll see that has been, that'll now be a positive. So far, the number of students that we are privileged to serve and the number of services that we provided do continue to increase each month. For the month ending in October, we had 362 students that attended school on our campuses, and we served 2,180 students statewide. With those students, we provided them 3,977 services. We have 3 additional funds to report to you. Our land grant enrichment fund balance is $1.2 million. Our donated fund balance, $283,000. And our USDB Education Foundation fund balance is $1.1. The next 2 pages of your packet contain our budget status report. This is the detail for all of the totals that I just presented. I'll be glad to take any questions on those in just a moment if you have any question on the detail. And the final item I'd like to present to you today is an update on our enrichment fund projects. Of the $1.4 million that the board approved for our projects for 2025, we've spent just $160,000, and we still have $1.37 million encumbered for the projects for the remainder of this fiscal year. So we're excited to have those projects for our students. And with that, that concludes the financial report that I have for the board today. Was there any questions for us?
Thank you very much. Let's see if we have lights or online hands. Come on, it's our first time. Somebody's got to throw a doozy at her.
Hey, thank you. I'll be back in January, so if you want to, have more questions in
We'll
January,
save it
that'll
up.
be great.
Thank you. Welcome. Great to have you here, and thank you for walking us through that.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I can just may add, the transfer that Vicki referred to that we received from your office was $4.1 million, and we just received that this month. So we have a deficit of the expenses, but next month we'll have a surplus in coming through. So that's just timing of us paying the bills, working with the state office, and getting reimbursed.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Back to you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've intentionally tried to keep our meeting short today because it's December and you all have a lot of things that you're trying to do to wrap up the year. So my report will also be short. I only have one item to share with you, and that is really an update on the process we've been going through with DFCM. The HOK, the contractors, have wrapped up their breakneck 5-week report for the legislature, and we've been there with them. Board leadership has been with us, and no, you weren't with us. USDB personnel were with us, and then I've been reporting to board leadership. And so they came up essentially with 3 scenarios for the Salt Lake campus that were potential, and all the ramifications of each of those 3 for phased build-outs to meet the needs over the next 15 to 20 years. And they will be reporting on those, I believe, Monday to the Executive Appropriations Committee. That was the big goal for this. So I just wanted to let you know that phase has wrapped up, and then what happens after that will be at the direction of the legislature. In the meantime, beginning of the year, we're hoping to get back to continuing internally with the board our process of planning and looking at the future and working in tandem with the legislature. And the governor's office of planning and budget has also been part of all of that enterprise. So there are a lot of entities working on this together now to get to what looks right for the future, as Deputy Scott Jones would say. To get to what's right. Is that how you say it?
What right is?
What right is. That's it.
There you go.
See, I can't even imitate
I
Deputy
can't either.
Jones.
I can't either. I'm trying.
Anyway, so that is my report, aside from telling you Merry Christmas, and especially to those of you who are leaving the board. We're very, very grateful for your support and service over the past years, and we wish you all the best in the future. And I got a little tiny bell compared to the bell that you guys get when you leave now, when I left the board. But that's okay.
It's a weapon.
It hangs proudly on my wall in my office.
It's big enough to be a weapon.
Anyway, thank you very much, and
Calm it down.
happy
Thank
holidays.
you, Superintendent. I have one quick, just in terms of our support of your requests, we went through the process of whether USDB would be considered part of the top 10, whether it would be presented separately. I think the sense was it deserved to be presented separately, but reviewed, appropriate questions asked. Can you remind where we stand with that? Because I know you're talking to the LFA. the consultants are going to EAC, but where does the USBE need to step in the PEA process? Did we finalize, board members help me out if I've lost track and all the other things, but did we finalize our recommendations to PEA on behalf of USDB?
Yes.
Is that
We're going,
locked in
we're
and
just going with what the board has approved.
what we've already approved?
Right.
in
And
the-
in the
okay.
meantime, as the board continues to work on the board rule, the administrative rule for USDB, which affects how funding works between LEAs and so forth,
Right.
then we'll be here to work with you. But we're just following the lead, and I won't ever get out in front of you. I'll just represent what the board has done.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have done our part in evaluating and teeing up and approving. When did we approve what we're going to take to PEA?
Oh, it's been approved in a couple different approvals.
You talked
We brought
about a
it to
couple
you.
months though,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I apologize for losing track. Lots of moving pieces, but
That's fine.
we are in a position that we have reviewed, approved. It's ready to go at PEA.
Right.
The whole point of the fees versus the 3%, all that kind of, and FTEs versus the 3% support is in flux. But
That's all in your
You've got what
in-house,
you need
yeah.
from us in the way of review, and then prepared to. Okay. I just
Yeah,
want to make sure
subject-
as we go to Christmas, we're set to go. Come out of the gate January. We've finalized everything. We've
Yes.
got our approvals ready to take up to the hill. And
We are subject to that. I'm sorry, we are prepared for that, subject to any changes the board might make between now and when we present.
yeah,
Then I would just adjust our presentation and do whatever you all wanted.
okay, but we're good to go. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank
All right,
you.
I want to make sure you're not off in. Again, I think it's significant that it's not part of the top 10, only because we felt I think you shouldn't have to compete so much with 8 or 9 other things that might be important, but the deaf and blind kids of our state are important in their own right. We are your board in our own right. And so the legislature wants us to scrutinize, review, all that kind of stuff, but then be prepared to go up and say, we've thoroughly vetted this, and here's what we believe USDB needs. And so, okay, want to make sure we had done that. Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, thank you all. Greatly appreciate. Any other questions, comments for our USDB leaders? Okay, well, have a wonderful holiday season. Grateful for all your work and for keeping us informed. Appreciate it. Let's see. Is Member Hymas with us yet?
Not Mr. Hymas yet. He had another event and then he'll be joining us.
Gotcha. Okay, board members, whenever we can get back to our seats, we are ready to have a safety party. There was an 80s song called Safety Dance. Sorry. You should. All 80s, all the time. Sorry, Kelsey.
I do play music when we go on break. It's that timer dinghy.
Oh, yeah. We just turned that into Men Without Hats.
The high school I went to, the last minute before the bell rung, they played music, which is fun. Maybe that's
Nice. That's that might work. All right. I know Member Bogus just stepped out. Member Davis is with us. Let's see, who else do we need? Molly's online. I think Member Klein was online. Sorry? Member Norton's online. Okay. Let's see. We'll give it a sec for Member Bogus. I know she stepped out.
Sorry, were we too short for you today?
We caught us off guard. We're scrambling. All right, Member Green, Member Davis, Member Bogus, we are ready for our safety dance. Excuse my triviality. I'm just trying to get attention and gather the team. All right, if you would like to go ahead, I think we'll have our folks joining us and as you get into this. Thank you both. Just for the board's awareness, and Member Carey can give the background, but this is a high sensitivity topic, obviously relates to matters of great concern, crises that come up, trying to get out in front of that, major funding questions, major policy questions. So Member Carey has been participating on the safety task force, greatly appreciate that, and is here to report on where things stand and what possibilities are coming in the future, I believe. So I'll turn it to you, Member Carey.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I could just start by lining up some of the committee assignments. I serve on the State School Safety Task Force with Deputy Norman, and Director Coda is actually a member of the grant-making subcommittee on the School Safety Task Force. So I'd also like to acknowledge we have Rhett Larson, our School Safety Coordinator here, and if there's any questions, he'll be available to answer those. But that's basically the team that we have down at the School Safety Task Force once a month when we meet. And I'm just going to take a small portion of this. I just wanted to cover 3 areas. And I sent out the email about the HB 84 cleanup bill. And I just want to stress as the first point that this really is in flux. We go down to the task force and there's always new ideas. They're always changing things. I think the law actually required initially that external first floor windows would have to have the ballistic glass or the ballistic covering. They're saying that now in the cleanup bill, it will be all glass, internal and external, regardless of the floor. That is millions of dollars in extra costs. And there are a lot of questions about the guardians and the SROs, and Director Coda will address that, but I just wanted to stress that it is in flux. The second thing I wanted to stress is December 31st is an important date for all of our LEAs in our districts. That is the day that the legislature said that every school, and this is mandatory, needs to submit their school safety assessment. Some schools are performing better than others, and I'm going to ask Director Coda in about a minute to give you an update on the latest figures. She just got those today of where we are in terms of compliance. She's got it right here. So as of today, 58 of our 114 charter schools, or about 50%, have submitted their assessment. And again, that is due by December 31st. 37 of our 41 districts have submitted their assessment, representing about 90%. But overall, we are at 61% assessment compliance at this point. The reason that's significant is that if the schools do not file their end-of-year assessment by December 31st, they are ineligible to request a grant for funding to make their safety updates at their school. And I know a lot of times we, as a board, give leeway and we give extra time and for compliance. It's my understanding, Director, we don't have that leeway here because it's not our decision. So, Director Dakota and Kelsey, there was an email that went out today, I believe from Superintendent Dixon. And I've asked that that email be provided to you. Should they have that in their email? I believe so. Oh, thank you. You know we're serious because we're calling out every school that has not filed their school safety assessment. So please look at that list. If you have any schools in your district on that list, please call the superintendent, let them know. They risk forfeiting the ability to request a grant if they do not get that assessment filed by December 31st. And that again applies to all of our district schools and all of our charters. So if you have make the opportunity to reach out and make sure they know that they should file. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was, this is what Board Member Davis brought up yesterday about the parent portal. And I just want to make sure that we understand, because I wasn't sure that I understood. I met with Kelsey and Leah Voorhees and Director Dakota this morning. We are required to do two things by law. We have to have a parent portal. That's in statute. We are also directed to have a public safety dashboard as part of that portal. That's just not data that we require, that we obtain in the normal scope of our duty as USBE. That portal has to include the data that's typically included in our law enforcement action report. And if you want to see what data that is, just Google that phrase. There's a litany of data points that we are required to have in that public safety dashboard from all 1,084 of our public schools. The responsibility to gather that data rests on USBE. And we have to work with those LEAs. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't think that, why is this costing so much money? It's a website. It is this massive data gathering operation of these 1,084 schools. We did apply for those funds from Florida. Unfortunately, we didn't get those. But it's our understanding that this is the vision of the School Safety Task Force, is to have a website dashboard that kind of looks like this. And Kelsey was kind enough to call this up if you want to take a look. And then Kelsey, just want to spend a minute walking the board members through the data that they have on this site, because it's really impressive.
Thank you, Member Carey. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. So this dashboard is quite extensive. This is the Florida example. You can click on any district, go into the district's data, and within the district you can also choose specific schools in that. But there's multiple data points here, from funding for all sorts of, per pupil spending, mental health allocation per student, to graduation and attendance, to supports such as the student/nurse ratio. So this is really as Member Carey indicated, a very thorough, very comprehensive and holistic view at school safety for parents and community members.
Okay. Should we save our questions?
You guys mind if we throw questions in as we go?
Yeah.
Go for it, Member
I'm
Blair.
just curious how much money Florida allocated for this program in Florida versus how much Utah has allocated for the program. Do you have that information?
Chantel Coda, Director of School Safety and Student Services. I do not have that information. I can tell you, going back to the grant, there was $2 million, and in working with those that developed the Safe Schools for Alex, we were told that that would be a good starting point for creating the dashboard, depending on what the
and
board
I'm not saying
asked.
just on the, not on the dashboard
Oh,
only,
I'm
but
sorry.
their total school safety effort. I don't know if it started with something like Utah did with one big bill and one amount of money. I'm just interested in comparing the amounts of money that were allocated.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would have to do some research and get back to you on that. You are correct in that they do have several bills. The legislation that's come to Utah has some of it. The Representative Wilcox, who, as you all know, has been the sponsor of many of the school safety bills, has looked at legislation from Florida, but also from Texas. So I think that there are several areas that we could look in to provide you that information.
I don't want to spend a lot of your time, and I know that it's kind of very much, watermelons to tangerines in terms of Texas and sort of Florida to Utah, but I think one of our challenges and one of my concerns is the amount of money is so inadequate to do what we aspire to do. So I'd love to see those comparisons
Thank you.
if you have time.
Thank you, Member Lear. And then, Kelsey, was there anything in particular you wanted to have the board members focus in on?
I think part of just what I'd like to highlight for board members is just this, like Member Carey was referencing, the data collection. We have a lot of the school counselor ratios, the sort of funding levels per LEAs. A lot of that we have in some variation already. It's drilling down to this very specific instant level reports that we don't have the ability to just scrape from the LEAs through the SIS or EWS systems. So something like 800, specific to this, 881 incidents of tobacco, the rate per 1,000 students, and then what does that look like? I can click into that and see, oh, that's decreased 5.6% from last year and everything like that, and just related incidents. It's so overlapping and comprehensive.
I had a question from Vice Chair Earl, if you don't mind.
Yeah, this isn't related to the data. There's a couple things I have concerns with. One is the excessive amount of data that may not even be reflective. That's one thing. Another thing is, and this put, I think, Florida at risk originally with the shooting there with the promise schools, is that the promise schools, you were to cut down on suspensions, right? And so they did cut down on suspensions. Well, they didn't report suspensions, or they didn't suspend students. So I'm trying to figure out the balance between the reporting out of data and information and the leveraging that information in a way that districts or even schools feel like, should I be reporting? Is this going to, is this going to negatively impact me? Am I going to have a legislator? Am I going to have parents coming in saying our school is unsafe because you actually accurately reported 5 violent acts that happened or whatever. So I think it's important to have information for people. What that information is where my question is. That's the big question mark. And making sure, 1, it's accurate. 2, that we're actually not penalizing people for reporting that they have fighting in their school, right? That we're actually able to help that. So that a decrease here may not be a decrease because they put a new program in or something that was effective. It may actually be a decrease because they stopped reporting it. So I just maybe that's just talking, but just concerns there.
So Vice Chair Earl, let me just say that even though we're looking at the Florida model, we are not copying it. And the task force all the time talks about additional data points. And so I think that'll be addressed. And I want to get to Director Coda because I think she's going to address that head on. But I just wanted to say that I'm much more nervous than I thought I would be, like sitting here, right? But it really is. So I give you all props for that. But just just two other things that I wanted to just bring out. One, and there's been no official estimate, and we really can't estimate with any accuracy of how much this is going to cost Utah until we get those assessments. And I know the number has been shared, and it was shared by Chair Wilcox in our Public Safety Task Force. He put the price tag between $800 million and $1 billion for compliance with HB 84. And again, that's a staggeringly high number, and we will be able to zero in on the accuracy of those figures as we get the assessments in. And I think that's part of the reason why there's been an effort to get these in. The second thing is that I wanted to bring to your attention, HB 84 required the appointment of a county security chief. And as of recently, all of those positions have been filled. And I think it was Director Cota, you're going to provide each board member with the information that you will need to contact the county security chief. They should be your ally in helping your LEAs navigate HB 84. And so when you get that, I would again suggest you reach out, you touch base, and they should be an ally. And finally, I just want to say that I've had the opportunity of working up close with Deputy Norman and Director Cota on the School Safety Task Force, and extremely just proud and humbled by the respect that they command at that meeting. I would say 80% of that meeting is law enforcement. When Deputy Norman speaks or Director Cota speaks, everyone in that room truly listens. And the only person that I have seen speak at every meeting is Director Cota. And she provides the update for the entire task force. So to my fellow board members, I just wanted to say we are extremely well represented by their presence, and we will miss Deputy Norman as she moves into retirement, but Leah Voorhees will assume her position on that task force. But I just wanted to share that with you, and I will turn the time over to Director Cota just by saying that I asked her, she's getting a lot of questions from LEAs. I asked her to identify the top 3 areas that she could address that would be of most benefit to the board. Thank you.
We do have some lights. Do we want to get those before we get to Director Cota? Is this on elements for Member Carey? And thank you, Director Cota, for joining us. Do you want to direct that first before she starts?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay.
I think it's related to what you were saying. I appreciate all the updates and your involvement, and of course, staff crushing it per usual. My question is as we get concerns, as board members, as we get concerns from our LEAs, and I know I've expressed some of those to you that you've taken back to the task force. For example, I've had concerns from principals in my district about the armed guard. I've had they're concerned about implementation. They're concerned about necessity of a lot of these elements. The plan, if I'm understanding it correctly, the plan moving forward is that after we get the assessments, then they'll reevaluate what this next iteration of a school safety bill looks like for the state of Utah. And that would be this legislative session. So it's a quick turnaround. And in the meantime, are there things we can do to, beyond the assessments that we hear from parents or some of our LEAs, to help, provide input in some way? The armed guard one, I hear every time I visit a school, I hear about it, right? And so that's one. And then also I've discussed with you about the windows piece as well, because a lot of my schools don't have proper air conditioning. And so putting in windows that may not be able to open, that's what their concern is. And they might not understand fully the logistics of it anyways, but so. Yeah. They didn't, but I can understand from their perspective. They look at this list and they're like, oh my goodness. Do you have any suggestions or ways that I can direct those concerns or provide input outside of the assessments that these LEAs are doing?
Thank you, Chantel Cota, Director of School Safety and Student Services. Great questions. Thank you so much. So I think right now the biggest collaborative piece that we have going for us is that participation on the task force and really working with DPS and our partners there and making sure that we understand. One thing, just to clarify, you mentioned that turnaround process and the information that the school safety needs assessments will be providing. The primary point of information that we'll receive from those are what schools need to inform grant and then legislative funding. In terms of the minimum safety and security requirements, that currently isn't up for discussion in terms of amendments. Now, I shared with all of you, and I'm happy to reshare, Chief Pennington, who is our state security chief, has written his rules. They're currently out for public comment, I believe, through, thank you so much, December 15th. And so you can kind of read through those and see. Speaking of ballistic windows and fencing and those minimum safety and security requirements, which I'll go through today as a review and refresher for many of you, but those aren't expected to change. And so it's kind of you're thinking through like what supports. I think the conversation around funding and going back to what Board Member Carey mentioned, the real importance of completing those needs assessments so that they can apply for grant funding. The other thing to be mindful of is there also is an opportunity for schools to apply for an alternative. And what that means is after they have completed their needs assessment, they can look through and they can identify based on their unique circumstances, what are things that may not fit for us, whatever that looks like. So I'll just give an example, and this is very arbitrary, so bear with me, but we'll just use fencing. So fencing is a minimum safety and security requirement. And if you look at Chief Pennington's rules, he's requiring a 6-foot fence. So you may have a school that says, well, I have a 5-foot fence. So they would apply for that, the application for alternative and say, we have a 5-foot fence, and then DPS would make that consideration. And so forth with all of the other minimum safety and security requirements. And that speaks to personnel as well. So you mentioned that there are a lot of concerns, and you're not alone. We hear them as well at the School Safety Center. And so if there are any personnel requirements that may be unique to the situation of the school, they can apply to Chief Pennington's office as well for that. Did that answer your question?
They turned on Carol instead of you.
I'm so sorry.
I can speak from Carol's. So thank you. That does answer my question. I appreciate that. And I guess this is more of a broader question, but in all of my research on school safety, it feels like there are a lot of included items that the research actually hasn't been proven to say that this is going to make our schools safer, right? And I've gone through a lot of that and talked to some of my local school boards about it because they've gone through a lot of that as well and said the reason we've never implemented these is because the research says it actually doesn't make our schools safer, right? And so when the task force is working through these decisions, it feels like we're just copying something that is working in other states, but there still has been not a lot of great evidence that shows that and it's to me it's Florida is a place that is very different than Utah, and our needs are different. And I like research-based decision making, and a lot of these requirements feel like they're lacking that research part. So is there any background you can give me on how we're making decisions about what is included and required, and if there is like a robust research end, not just a law enforcement end, but research within schools and LEAs and how they function in the communities on what are the best ways that we can actually make our schools safer?
So, Sarah, just to give an anecdote, Board Member Norton had a question about cell phones and the concern that parents had that following an incident at a school, how would students react if they didn't have their cell phones? And I know that I've heard from a lot of constituents that, parents would want their children to have them. It would make them safer. It would make them, but as the task force looked at that research, it wasn't so predictive. And the end result was that they needed more research. And that was very instructional to me, that my natural inclination to think them having quick access to their cell phone may be best. Maybe that's not the case. So I just wanted to share that as a preface, but Director Cota may have more.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. A couple of things to think about. So you bring up research-based. You're correct in that. A lot of the feedback and information for the legislation came from, as I mentioned to Board Member Lear earlier, through best practice and learning with and from other states. So other states that have unfortunately experienced traumatic events and very unimaginable events. And so a lot of it has stemmed from those conversations and best practices and what did you learn? So lessons learned. I think going back to your point on research, one thing to remember is that not only do we have the task force, but we have the Education Advisory Committee, which is that body that is meant to inform the task force using research and best practices and things of that nature. And so I might recommend that we look at the members there, and perhaps that might be an avenue to explore research-based studies and so forth.
I had a follow-up to Sarah's question. It's very brief. You just mentioned that I'd never heard of the alternative that a school can apply to. Do you have a reference? Is that, I'm assuming it's in HB 415? No? 80, oh, yes, 84. Sorry, I got getting my rules mixed up, or bills mixed up. Yes. Do you have a reference to that I could refer a school to who expressed some very serious concerns that is making that school say, we're just going to stay under the radar because we can't do this?
Yes, absolutely. I can give you the reference. And I would also recommend that the school refer to the school safety playbook that was created by the School Safety Center. It walks the LEA exactly through what those applications look like, how to submit those. And speaking of the application for alternative, it is embedded right within the needs assessment. And we designed it that way here at USBE to make it easier for LEAs. So the idea was that LEAs would go through, they would complete their needs assessment, and right within that application, they could say, and by the way, this is something that we need an application for alternative. That comes to us, and then in collaboration with DPS, we share that data with them so that they can begin that consideration process. So I would, again, just to underscore what Board Member Carey was mentioning earlier, again, really highlights the need for those needs assessments to come in so that they can also apply for the alternatives.
So there isn't a specific reference to that alternative then in the bill, or is there in the one?
There is, yes,
Oh,
there
okay.
is. And I
you'll
can
just
send you that
to
code
me.
as well, absolutely.
That'd be great, so I don't have to go through those
Yes.
400 pages.
Dr.
I
Norman?
love you.
100%.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Norman's been looking to weigh in. Thank
Oh,
you
maybe,
for
maybe.
joining us.
Oh, it's me. Thanks.
Oh, good. Thank you, Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. And as you noticed, it wasn't working, so I just walked up here. So I wasn't not going to be heard, especially today. And I want to also address Board Member Reel's concern through the chair as well. The most effective measure for school safety, the most evidence-based measure, is prevention, not postvention. And I wanted to make sure that was very clear. And when we talk about the things that we are putting physically into schools, that is both part of prevention because it delays access, it delays the ease of being able to do something wrong or to have, some behavior that it's exhibited. But that prevention, and that is why Representative Wilcox did invest in HB 84 into the early warning system for schools, which is meant for a school level intervention. It's not meant for the state to get that data. It's meant for that school level ability to connect with the child because they have exhibited behaviors that might need connecting with an adult or get further information on. And so I just want to always just keep that clear in here. When we talk about whether we have to outfit schools for fires, there may never be a fire. We have to outfit schools in case there's someone who's going to be a bad actor coming in through a multiple doors. Someone may never do that. We have to outfit schools. So even though all of these measures together are very costly, we're never sure what is the one thing that might happen in a school. So multiple measures must be put in place, which makes it extremely expensive. But that prevention work is something that always should be on the board's mind when considering these actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Norman. Member Reel.
Thank you.
Oh, did I
Deputy-
jump the line? What
Oh,
do we got?
I just want to follow up on this.
Sorry,
Okay.
hold on there. I'm just jumping the line.
Oh, okay.
Follow up?
I was just
All
about
right.
what Deputy Norman was saying, but if you don't mind, Member Box, okay. I thank you, and I guess probably the reason why, not just because of the research and talking to LEAs and understanding a lot of these and my experience in public safety and emergency management at the higher ed level, but it just seems to me that the emphasis is on the physical items and not on the emotional items. And that's kind of been my biggest concern with this. And I know they're different, and I know that we're doing things for both. I guess personally, and I guess saying this publicly, I wish we focused more on that emotional piece and the behavior piece to be preventative, that preventative behavior piece, instead of the physical preventative piece. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Member Davis, was it? Okay.
Yeah. So a couple things. Chair, I just want to thank you for allowing this to be in a work session style so that we can talk to each other less formally instead of all of our comments going through you. And having said that, I'm going to drag my comments over here. I am just curious as to what we as a board could, should, or need to do moving forward as a request to the legislature. I'm assuming we can still make statutory requests today as part of unfinished business on the agenda. So we've taken two actions in this space, to my recollection, and someone correct me if I'm wrong. The first one was we asked for a statutory change to make this code manageable or provide a fiscal note to make it possible. That was the first motion that we made as a body official position that we have taken that's out there right now. I'd like to know who's working on that. Is it you, Member Carey? Is it? And thanks for sitting in the hot seat, even though it's uncomfortable. Is it our staff that's been working on it, asking to make this manageable or to fund it? My next question, or the next official position we took, was to ask for, I think it was $100 million to go toward helping to mitigate some of the costs here, which, as we've talked, that's going to be not even close to what's needed. So do we need to change a funding request? Do we need to make a different kind of statutory request? Do we need more specifics? I've heard from an LEA representative here in the back that we chatted on the break who said one thing in code that would make this much more helpful is a timeline of how and when to do which pieces. Is that something we need to ask? I mean, so I guess as we go throughout your next presentation, if you good folks could be thinking about how to help guide us as to if and what we need to ask in statutory requests at the end of this presentation, it would be really helpful, I think, for us, me personally.
And with the chair's permission, I think we take Director Boggess's call, because I think Board Member Davis, your questions will be answered, not in full, but directionally, at least through this short presentation, which does incorporate timeline elements in it. So if you would be willing to wait on that, I think
Sure.
you'd get a lot of information from
yeah.
that. And then,
August? Or, go ahead. Member Carey. I was gonna. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So I think my question is for Director Cota, right? Okay. Do you know what happened in Cokeville, Wyoming? Do you recall that incident? So it was pretty horrific, but a man came in with homemade bombs and such, and there was a standoff, and I won't get into the details, but they broke the windows, and they got all the kids out of that building through broken windows. And when I look at things like ballistic windows, it prevents inward gunfire, but it traps our children inside these buildings. And I'm just wondering if that conversation has been had where you juxtapose those two things and think about it. It feels like a prison because it is. It's built like one. We're keeping kids in, and if there's a situation where they need to get out and they don't have a pathway through their door or through the hallway, how are our children going to exit that building in a space where they need out? Are you tracking with me enough to respond? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. What I can speak to is that Chief Pennington has worked with Ted Black, who is the state fire marshal, on all of those elements. We did talk to him about the windows piece, and he did not express any concern about that because his position was that a window should not be a primary evacuation point. There should be other evacuation points throughout the building. So with that, the rules that you'll see in the bulletin that are still up for public comment reflect that.
May I add on to that?
Please.
The other component is I've seen some of these windows that are the ballistic windows, and they have different mechanisms on there so that they're from the inside they can be released. From the outside, you don't see those release mechanisms, so that the entire window can come out. But it's from a different way of doing it. So as before, windows, in my 30-year-old home, you can open it one way, but now there's multiple ways of opening, releasing the window, doing those things from the inside, whereas before that was not a part of it. So it's not just putting up the film, it's reconfiguring those types of things. But your broader question is, are we making schools into prisons because they're so protected that now, there's a different feeling, a different culture, a different, what does that look like? And that is something that should be on the mind of everyone, and it is on the mind. You'll hear it on in the discussions that are happening in that school safety task force, is to make sure that it is welcoming and safe at the same time. It's a hard balance. To your point, there's not a yes, here's the answer. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Director Coda? Feel free to proceed. Thank you for taking the questions.
Wonderful. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the questions. I really appreciate those. And so I've got Kelsey who's kind of helping me to navigate. So we'll just jump right in. Again, feel free to ask questions, and I'm happy to share with you just some additional updates. Next slide, please. So I have 3 learning outcomes for our session today. One is to talk about the scope of work that is happening not just in the School Safety Center, but across student services and school safety. To talk about data, which will include our current data sources, as well as the early warning system and that parent portal / school safety dashboard for your consideration. And then we'll talk about funding updates, so current data, funding sources, as well as school safety funding, and then funding needs. Next slide. And then next slide, please. Oh, back one. Thank you. So I just wanted to bring us back around some of the points that have been brought up through your questions, as well as some of the points by Board Member Carey and Dr. Norman. So we have now the School Safety and Student Services section, and I think it's important to just kind of think about how we've set that up at USBE, because as to speak to Dr. Norman's point, when we think about school safety, we really want to look at it as a cyclical approach. So we have prevention, the School Safety Center, and student services. So within prevention, we're looking at all of those areas that would help with those preventative measures for school safety. As you all know, the School Safety Center is a collaborative effort. So we have members of USBE working alongside our Department of Public Safety, our Office of Substance Use and Mental Health, as well as Safe UT. And then we have our student services, who many of you heard from earlier today, that really looks at things such as school-based mental health, nursing and wellness, counseling, behavior support, student and family rights. And so that kind of goes back to, again, some of the points that you've each made, and here, and also just separately in other conversations. And I think it's important to think about school safety through a really holistic lens, and recognizing that yes, there is a physical aspect of school safety, but when I talk to members of DPS and even members of LEA bodies, when we think of school safety, it really is a 3-pronged approach, as you kind of see up here. So we're looking at, yes, the physical building and making sure that the physical parameters for learning are safe. We're also looking at things such as culture and climate. And so again, culture, the way that we do things, and then climate, the way that we perceive them and measure those things. And that's kind of encompassed in how we have this set up here through student services, the School Safety Center, and prevention. Next slide. Just wanted to bring us back around to some of the school safety legislation that has gotten us to where we are today. So in 2019, we had the Student and School Safety Assessment, which brought together the School Safety Center as we know it today. And then House Bill 61 is really what kind of propelled a lot of the school safety requirements. Representative Wilcox was a big part of that and brought that forward. And then we had House Bill 184, which is our standard response protocol to active threats. And what this allowed us to do was to bring common language to threats, so that we're speaking across different agencies and stakeholders on what threats look like and how we speak about them so that we can then respond appropriately. And then we have House Bill 84, which is the one that we've been talking about at length, which include the school safety amendments. And that's what I'll spend most of our time on here today. But did want to remind you about House Bill 140. This is the standard response protocol. This is required that all schools are using this language in an emergency. This is important because it's not only language that we recognize across schools, but it's language that the Department of Public Safety as well as SIAC recognizes in terms of an emergency. And it's just important. We want to reduce that response time. And so when we're speaking in common language and using common terms, that's helpful for that. And this is required in public, secondary, and elementary schools. Next slide. This was brought up earlier. Within House Bill 84, there is a requirement for armed and trained school personnel, and so it is something that all schools need to be thinking through. There are options for this. It can be a school resource officer, it can be a school guardian, or it can be an armed school security officer, but there needs to be someone who is in the building bell to bell, and so this question comes up a lot. A lot of schools ask, well, does that mean that I need more than one? And the answer is yes, because if somebody calls in sick or just not available, there must be someone bell to bell that is able to fulfill those duties.
Director Cota, can I ask a question?
Please, yes.
My question is, if you do not have one of those individuals in the school, is the school permitted to do what schools do that day?
That is an excellent question. They would be out of compliance if they did not have someone in the building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the next personnel piece that's important to House Bill 84 is a school safety and security specialist. Now, this is a school employee that receives a $3,000 stipend. This is through ongoing funds, and it can be a teacher, it can be someone in the building, maybe an assistant principal, who is responsible for supporting safety initiatives. Now, this is a group of individuals that has been working really closely with the School Safety Center on training in terms of threat assessment, standard response protocol. They are an active member of the school's multidisciplinary team and would be the one to coordinate with first responders, ensuring that staff training and emergency response plans are in place and being followed. Next slide. And then this is new. So the LEA School Safety and Security Director is a position that would typically be housed at the district level office. So the specialist would be housed in the school. The director would be someone within the admin office, and they serve as the LEA point of contact for the county security chief, local law enforcement, and the state security chief. So earlier, Kelsey shared with you an organizational chart that shared with you our state security chief as well as his regional training officers. And so this director would primarily be responsible for supporting the specialist as well as any school safety initiatives across the district. Next. Here's a slide that I think it really is something that goes to and speaks to a lot of the questions that have come through. These include the House Bill 84 minimum safety and security requirements. Now, when we speak about the school safety needs assessment, these are things that schools are looking for. These are required areas that schools must have. If a school does not have one of these points, they are considered to be out of compliance. And I'll let you kind of look through here. And we've talked about a lot of these, and each of these are referenced in the bulletin that was put out by DPS and the rules that were created by our state security chief, Matt Pennington. You'll see here we have limited entry points, video surveillance, ground level windows, internal classroom, bleed kits, first aid kits, exterior cameras, fencing, and then panic alert devices. So again, these are the areas of compliance. These are required for every school to have currently within House Bill 84. Next slide.
What is the due date for those things?
They are currently required.
So if a school doesn't have them, they're out of compliance.
They are out of compliance, but I do want to state that Representative Wilcox is aware that it will take some time. And going back to some questions about timelines earlier, the first priority really is to get this needs assessment in. And so the slide that was just up with the needs assessment, the first priority that schools should really be focusing on is completing their needs assessment so that they're aware of where there may be deficits and gaps. And then going back to questions from Board Member Lear earlier, and that would then guide guide them to apply for any alternatives that they might need. And so it's not, it's hard to answer that in some regards because it's not a hard and fast, like nobody's coming into the school tomorrow if you don't have fencing, for example. The idea is that there's a recognition and an assessment through the school safety needs assessment to understand what is missing from those minimum safety and security requirements, as well as any other things that the schools deem are needed to keep their kiddos safe, and then making the plans and looking for funding sources to make that happen. And so with that, let's jump into the school safety needs assessment. So just to give you an overview, I'd like to talk about where we are and then where we're going with the needs assessment. So step one is that the schools conduct a school safety needs assessment. This must be done with their county security chief or a designee. So the designee would come from the county security chief. They can use this year any accredited assessment that they would like. It can be the CISA, the PASS, the REMS. There are several that we included in the school safety playbook for schools to use, but really any assessment that they felt would be appropriate for their school. The next step is that the assessment is submitted, and this is the assessment that we keep stressing the importance of that December 31st due date. And then you can see step 3 is optional, and that goes back to that application for alternatives. And so if after a school has completed the needs assessment, they determine that there are things that either their school may not require or maybe has a different version of, and that could include personnel as well as outlined in House Bill 84, then they can certainly apply for that piece of it. So that's where we are. Where we're going is Chief Pennington has been tasked with creating a needs assessment that will be used across the state. So that's something that his staff is collaborating with the School Safety Center on. So after this year, there will be a needs assessment that will be provided to LEAs across the state, and it will be due on October 15th to coincide with other deadlines. So this year, it is any assessment that the school chooses due on December 31st. Next year, it will be due on October 15th, and it will be a needs assessment that Chief Pennington's office will publish and share with all of us. Next slide. So when thinking about the minimum safety and security requirements, one of the things that was asked of us by the task force is that we create a draft school safety compliance framework. And I believe this was shared with you previously, but wanted to just give you a little bit more context around that. So that was created by members of the School Safety Center, and then of course collaborated with members at DPS for their assistance and guidance, considering that DPS oversees a lot of the safety measures throughout the state, but did want to highlight that R277114 and R27111 were used to create that framework. Next slide. This is the draft framework. So it would, in theory, we would look at level 1 through level 5. Level 1 would include minimal oversight. So this would be a school that maybe completed the needs assessment, and I'll just stick with fencing just because I think it's kind of an easy reference point. Maybe they don't have fencing, and so they're working out a plan to figure that out. It may include an application. It may include that they're looking at different funding sources. Level 2 would be moderate oversight, and this is where additional support is provided to the LEA. Keeping in mind that the idea for this framework is really about supporting the LEA and helping the LEA to identify resources. So levels 1 and 2 would really be working with USBE staff to really help identify any types of funding streams, resources, even offering support for their applications to make sure that they that they are in compliance with those minimum safety and security needs. In the event that a school were to get into level 4 or 5, DPS would likely be more heavily involved in that process, and we would look at different ways that they would come into the process, including increased monitoring, possible public reporting, and then any corrective action in accordance with R277114 and R698 13.5 and 13-5 rather, and that is a rule that comes from Chief Pennington's office.
Let me just say, you'll notice there were no times or dates associated with that timeline. And as Director Coda said, that's because this is meant to be supportive. And if the LEA is doing everything within their power to comply, the feeling was, well, we wouldn't move down that line. But if it does get to a level 5, Chief Pennington was very clear, and I think the statute authorizes them to withhold An occupancy license?
Certificate of occupancy, yes.
Which would mean the school could not open. So yes, this is all designed to be very supportive and very helpful. And as long as the school is moving in good faith, I think the system works great. But if there is that attitude that, well, we're just not going to do this, this is too much.
Yes.
They do have, I guess, honey and a ham, right? Yeah, so
Carrot and a stick.
just carrot and stick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. That's absolutely correct. That the framework is designed to be supportive, and then of course, also has accountability measures embedded within that. Oh, yes, of course.
And this, it could be asked in a number of places, but I might as well, lest I forget, ask it now. I've just heard from a number of LEAs, some I've worked with, some I represent, that for a group that's usually concerned about local control, this is so prescriptive, so top-down. And I'm just wondering if there's still ongoing discussion about that, if there's any thoughts that this could be more locally driven and locally decided, as opposed to very prescriptive, very expensive, one-size-fits-all, which heaven knows we don't like in many other venues. Is there still been a discussion of this?
Board Member Lear, from the vantage point I sit at, I don't hear those discussions very much. I think when it comes down to the alternative solutions and instead of a 6-foot fence, maybe we get a 5-foot fence. But in terms of the board actively discussing
The school safety board.
I'm sorry, yes, the school safety board, I just don't see that.
And Wilcox is not receptive to that idea?
It hasn't been brought up just because everyone is moving at Mach 5 trying to comply with HB 84 before December 31st. And maybe after the assessments are in. And I think that's why it's so important that these assessments come in, because if the perception is that, and we're not even near that point because 90% of district LEAs have turned in their assessment, which is fantastic.
More understandable, although it's not like they're being monitored, as I understand it, for completeness or accuracy. They're just getting in that assessment.
Right, and which is a positive first step. So I think if that's where the focus, as Director Coda said, needs to be right now. But Director Coda, if you've heard something different, or
Dr. Norman?
Yeah, the needs assessment is what was meant to be the local control, is that's where you're going through and deciding what it is that you need, and then being able to say, okay, based on these needs, what is our number one priority? And then looking at what those prioritized needs are across the board, like a fence or something like that. And so I think that is the piece where the task force was saying, okay, here's the assessment. All of you do your own assessment and go in and look, and then you'll be able to monitor and say what is across the board. I also am aware that when we were talking about it in the committee, that they were talking about safety is a standard across the board. It doesn't mean that, that if we do electricity as an example, there's not different electricity needs. Like you got to have things a certain way in order for them to be safe. And so that being said, local context matters. There's your safety needs assessment. And then being the prioritized piece comes in with, then there's funding, and we can prioritize what this looks like to hand out the grants. And so I think that's a part that I don't think they're making that connection with, is being able to prioritize it. Here's the things that are most important that have, going back to evidence driven, here's the thing that is evidence driven to have the biggest impact. And so we will help you fund that thing first.
I'm trying, in the spirit of discussion and trying not to be a naysayer, I feel like maybe, I've always felt like with this bill, the cart's before the horse. They're putting such an emphasis on get in your assessment. Well, where were you 9 months ago? Why could we not have had that assessment that could have driven these very expensive, very prescriptive requirements for 180 different LEAs, 160?
That is a very fair point.
And I just feel like it's, again, trying hard to saying, okay, let's, benefit from this if we can.
Yep.
But I just.
And do better in the future, yeah.
I've heard from LEAs that it just feels very backwards and seems to me similar. And then I would
Couple.
hope that, maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we should have allowed for more flexibility at the lower level, and then now I'm hearing from the two of you. No, they're not thinking that. So, just a thought.
I got a question, then Vice Chair Earl does. I think, Member Davis. Sorry, Cindy. You're on. Anybody after her?
Can you remind us how much was allotted for the grants? As people apply for the grants, what was the total that was allotted legislatively?
Yes, last year it was 72 million for the school safety grants.
And are they estimating it's going to cost about 800 million, or do they not know they're just waiting for the assessments to come in to determine the total cost?
Yes, so they are waiting for the assessments to come in to look and see, what are schools mostly requesting, what are they seeing their gaps are, what are their needs, and they'll make some decisions from there.
Okay, so would the three of you suggest that we wait until January to make a statutory request based on summaries of the needs assessments after they're all due? I mean, that's only a week after they're due, so maybe no one's going to summarize them by then. But we have a bunch of them so far. Or do you think that we need to do something now as it stands? Like I said, the official position of this board is to ask the legislature to make it more manageable or fund it. And we are advocating for that. I assume our folks are advocating for that. So do we need to change that? Do we need to change the number request? We have 100 million on our funding request. What do you all suggest and when?
If I could, I think what would really benefit us on the task force is getting that specificity from the board, right? Because we know that, yes, I would say the sooner the better, because these discussions are taking place. And when this board comes out with an official position, we will be able to better advocate for this is what the board has specifically asked for. And I think that kind of direction would be great. In terms of watching out for the interests of this board and education and our LEAs, no one does that better than Director Coda and Deputy Norman. But without that specificity, it is hard for us to negotiate back, if that makes sense, with the discussions that are taking place. That's just my perception, but...
So it sounds like a motion might be in order today. And what do you suggest as the experts who've been studying this would be the best course for us moving forward, all things considered, to request?
Superintendent Dixon, did you want to address that?
I'll step into the pause, if I may. I think this is the underscore of the needs assessments that we've been talking about. Context matters. You've all been asking the right questions, I think, as you've listened to our panel here. We don't know until we know where we're at. Remember, Bogus asked a really great question earlier about there are things in legislation that may have some emotion or inertia behind them. Maybe it's a vendor, a lobbyist, something that's been tested in another place that may or may not work in another school or in our setting. So until we get all of those needs assessments, I think that's what Direct Dakota has really, and then we've all been waiting for. The other thing I would say that this is such a new space. It's rare. I can't speak for what the School Safety Center goes through now, but I know for a period of time after this legislation was passed last year, my inbox was inundated with you need this, you need this item, or you need to do this or that, mostly vendor and company driven, and all great ideas, all well intended. But that is why the School Safety Center is so important, in that we have a centralized place with expertise who vets this, who can look at all the needs assessments. So part of me is super anxious to want to change things right now, because there are some things that I think I don't know that will work, or we don't have any evidence that will work until we get all those needs assessments in. And maybe we can do that and you can have time to discuss it in January. But today, right now, Dr. Coda, I don't know that you feel confident. I don't, because I don't know what all of that data looks like in all of our LEAs, right? So is that a fair statement to say we don't know until we have all of the data where those patterns exist for the board to then go and ask for a change to legislation. That's my assumption. So you can validate that or say you're off, Superintendent, and I would totally accept that.
You can turn it on.
Oh.
I completely agree. There are just so many moving parts, and even if we look back at the data from our grant previously, I can give you an average amount of the award that we gave. So 102,000 from 703 applicants. But I want to be mindful that wasn't even, they wanted more. That's just what we could do with that 72 million. And so just to speak to Superintendent Dixon's point, that it's just really hard to say until they come in with some really concrete data on this is what we need. I anticipate that we'll get some data on those minimum safety and security requirements because I assume that will be the major focus. And then from there, one thing that the School Safety Center is working on, we're looking at state contracts so that we can start to look at what could this potentially cost. So we're already curating some of that data and are happy to share that as soon as we have something that we can share.
So can I follow up? And then I don't, it sounds like some of the hard numbers and changes, sounds like then our official position stands. Please try to make this manageable or fund it. Then secondarily, I think I would be ready today to move to ask for a statutory addition to incorporate some language in the code that's similar to what you described about this, which was that there will be levels of good faith effort, and that's such a nebulous term to put in code, but right now the way it stands is if you don't have all these ballistic windows, you're out of compliance, and that is unfair to do to our LEAs. It's like we're gonna have a target, and we're gonna move it around, and you're gonna shoot arrows, but not be able to, I think they need a little more understanding, and if it's gonna be the way you described it, I loved the way you described it. I thought that makes a lot of sense. But can we incorporate that into the language so there's a clear communication between all the parties who are going to be responsible to implement the code?
Thank you.
And I don't know when to make a motion of that nature, or if it would be, now or another time in the agenda.
Yeah, I would recommend during the legislative, the piece from yesterday that we didn't get to, that would, for me,
Okay.
because this isn't, I don't
So
think
not
this
now.
this is not cited as an action item, am I right? So it would be not appropriate to do
Remember,
it.
if you just even instruct us, which would really be Director Coda, to come up with that language and report that back, that may be the best solution, because there's a lot of sensitivities to this, and they entrusted Director Coda to, this is her language, it's her chart, but I understand what you're saying. But I think if we're just directed to do that, we could come up with that language in a much more, a format that I think would be acceptable to not only the board, but to all the parties.
Does that need to be an official motion or just an ask coming out of this discussion? Procedurally, maybe AAGs know the answer to that question. Do we need to make that an official motion or
And to me,
Chair?
and they can tell us otherwise, I think us giving, because it's not a formal action until we vote on it, but giving direction to bring something for us for a formal action seems completely appropriate. I think we can make the request, and then when it comes before us next month or later today, if they think they can get it together, personally, I personally want to wait.
the first week in January?
Personally, but to direct them to start thinking about what that needs to be, I think is appropriate, because it won't be formal action, but we can, if I'm off.
Without objection, is everyone comfortable with that? Molly might not be.
Okay. Board Member Hart?
Yeah.
I would like to see a corrected implementation date, because right now it's in the past and your LEAs, anything that happens, the law says we should have had all these things in place. I want a timeline. I want information on how it's going to be funded and an accurate implementation date that's reasonable. That's what I would like to see, just my 2 cents.
What's that? Okay, then that'll be later. That'll be later today then, when we get to the legislative piece. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do you have anything? Okay, good. I just a couple of thoughts. I've taken just a couple of notes on just a handful of things. First of all, I feel like I just put my foot in the water and I'm testing out the temperature. So today to say, you guys have been swimming, you put your suits on, you guys have been swimming around, right? You've got your floaties in there, everything, even a drink so for me, I just put my foot in the water and I'm like, ooh, is that a little cold? Is that a little hot? Right? So what I'm sharing is you guys have been infused in it, right? And I to a certain extent, I have too. And maybe all of us have, right? I would like just that. I'd like the assessments. I'd like some more information before I wade into it personally, fully. That's just me though. And there was a couple comments and because I am associated with I work with a private school a little bit. My question is, are we giving information, and I know we don't have to, but when we're talking public schools, but is this body sharing information out with our private schools and our private preschool, at least sharing information? And the reason why I'm asking that is I've seen that we're using the common language at a private school, right? That you guys are using because reached out to law enforcement and said, we don't want to be unprotected here, if that makes sense. And I'm sure there's others too. I'm curious on that. So let me finish that. But then it speaks to another thing. When we were talking about our child sex abuse, human trafficking, it was clear. We want the language so clear, right? That people know we don't tolerate this here in Utah. So we're not putting anybody at risk, and that speaks to the clarity and the directness. And when Board Member Lear is asking, where's the flexibility in local districts? There's some things that we don't want flexibility because we want the common language, we want the common practices. And then there's other elements that it's like, but we still want to be able to work with people and help them in where they're at. Okay, sorry, two more things. The greatest protective factor, not the greatest protective factor, but one of the huge protective factors is for our students. You can't measure evil in people, right? We can't predict how evil someone will be. And there was a shooting yesterday at a private school, kindergartners, from a man that came in there and was trying to get revenge. Anyways, you can look it up, but you can't predict the evil in people. But what you can do is put the protective factors, the strongest protective factors, and it happens to be the academics for children. Strong academics is a strong protective factor for social emotional, all these other things the strong academics are. So sometimes we get peripheral instead of foundational. So, I know it's hard when we're talking safety, right? Because we want mental health here, we want this, we want these, we want all these things, and these tend to be peripheral, and yet those strengthening homes and families, strengthening academic outcomes actually prevents the extra resources here. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. If you don't have to respond if you don't want to, but those are just some questions I had.
May I respond to the one on whether private schools and whatnot are on there? So that's a good thing for us to be aware of, bringing back to the committee. What is that role of getting the message out to private partners? I don't have the answer to that. But the answer that I do have is in talking to Wilcox originally and at the very beginning of the School Safety Task Force. So that was 2 years ago. It was stated that this is just the beginning. Public education is the beginning point and the most important point where the legislature wanted to step in. And then it's going to go to public agencies, or it's going to go to a Walmart. So when people say hold or lock down or whatever that is, everybody knows. It's going to be like stop, drop, and roll. You know what to do. And so there's just a one-size standard response protocol. They started with public education, our most vulnerable population, which is these students that we have that responsibility for. So this was just the beginning, and it will. The intent was for it to get bigger. So we can take that back to the committee about what is the communication with our private partners as well.
Okay. Thank you. I think you've got a. Okay.
Vice Chair Earl, I'm happy to talk about the private schools too, if you
Okay.
would like a little more context. So, we recognize, we have kids in various types of schooling. Of course, our lens at USBE is public schools. That being said, we've had a lot of private schools reach out, and we are very open to share any materials we've created. We refer them to our website. We'll spend time with them, on the phone and walk them through things that they can do. If we have something like a town hall that is public facing, they are welcome to join that. If we have a training and there are open seats, granted, we would give it to our public schools because that's what they're funded to do. But if there are seats to any type of a training or conference, and there really is just no one else there, they can join. And so I just want to put that out there, that there are materials and resources that they have access to as much as we're able to. Certainly, again, want to underscore that our focus is public schools, and so we make sure that they have a seat at the table, but private schools certainly can access any of our materials.
Okay, thank you. Do you want me to turn to?
Should we greatly appreciate Representative Strong coming here to talk about fees. I don't know if this is extremely important, extremely in-depth. I don't want to short circuit at all. I'm just curious whether we might take a pause and bring up Representative Strong, or whether you feel like we're close enough to just wrap this item up. This safety should not be given short shrift at all. So don't speed it along. I just want to welcome make sure we accommodate our guest from the legislature. So what's best?
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are we still coming back to, we had a rule that was coming forward today to pass or not pass. And so is that still going to be addressed? That's going to be after? Because then we could do any follow-up after that conversation as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess it's not a rule. Am I right? It's
legislative
Okay,
request, yeah.
just want to make
Sorry,
sure. I was
sorry, I
like, you
said it wrong,
panicked me,
yes.
and I'm like, I don't think we.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you remember saying that?
I might have done it.
Thank you.
That would be great if that doesn't short circuit anything. Okay. Thank you all very, very much, and we will double back then. We should clap for that. Thank you. Lots of work. Thank you. All right, let's see. Who's running this one? I guess I am. Welcome, Representative Strong. Well, it's Friday.
Oh, sorry.
I think, Vice Chair, did you want to address
Not the rotten
fees
ones.
discussion?
Yeah,
or
let
should I
me-
just take it, or I know you were partly involved behind the scenes.
It is so cold in here to me, and I typically am roasting.
Huh? Do we have anybody around that's got the? I wish I knew how to do the. I think Superintendent Dixon's springing into
You're in the
action.
hot seat.
You want to? Okay.
Yeah. So we're so grateful. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. We're so grateful to welcome Mark Strong, Representative Strong. He's been working on. He wasn't the original mover and shaker of school fees when Adam Robertson left, who picked this up a couple of years ago. He said, I'll help follow through on that. I'm not going to go through all the background, but because we probably have a variety of questions, and you're welcome to share whatever you'd like to background-wise. We're trying to get to what's right, and I keep telling people like everything else, we kind of swing here, and then we're like, wait, and then we swing here, and then sometimes we have to go back, and that's the beauty of living where we live, in the nation we live, that allows us to make laws that allow for continual improvement every year. So with that introduction, we're excited to have you here today, and hope we can get some questions answered, and because we've got 700, 800 emails? How many did everybody get? And you, about 1,000. Okay, so.
The band people hate me.
Well, band and art, and
And
they're,
art, yeah.
Oh, well, you're saying the band people, yeah.
Band, yeah. They're pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah. They're pretty good.
So Representative Strong, we'll let you kind of share what you want to share, and then we're just it's kind of be a question answer, free-flowing type of a thing, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you. Did
And
we
usually
give you-
they're pretty nice, but we'll.
But
did we give you enough of a lead in terms of our framing? We greatly appreciate it. Are you feel comfortable just going at it, and we'll open for questions?
let's just,
Okay.
if you're okay,
Yeah.
I figured I'd just start telling you where we're at
Thank
right
you,
now.
sir. Yeah, thank you.
So I've been getting the band emails as well as you probably have as well, but and I've kind of been replying to them, hey, we're working on this. So Senator Milner and I were working for a while, and then we've kind of taken a little House committee and started working on this also. And probably rather than go back and talk about 415, let's just go forward with kind of some of the thoughts that we have right now. I think you'll like where we're headed, and there still needs some massaging, and I just actually got the first. We've drafted this like 8 times, and then we just made some more significant changes to it, and I got the draft yesterday. So I'll tell you what I know, and then we can give me some feedback. So, the intention of the bill initially was to get rid of all, not necessarily all fees, but fees general in nature, right? And so that's still a part of the bill. And if give you a list, one of the drafting attorneys made me a little list of things we can charge for and can't charge for under this current revision, but it's a living document, so we can talk about it. So things that you can charge fees for, expenses not related to a core course. Well, let me step back. With this new revision, what we're kind of saying is the core academic courses should be free. Now, I'm even willing to talk just a little bit about that because I had an AP chemistry teacher reach out, and he goes, I have $8,000 in fees I collect, or $8,000 in expenses, between frogs and test tubes and graham crackers and I don't know, all these things. He had a very detailed list. It was actually quite nice. And so, maybe we could talk about some of those things as well. But instructional equipment, and a lot of these are attached to definitions, and if you go to the details, I won't be able to tell you all the details. Molly probably could, but she's actually helped on some of this in the past. Tuition, college credit, and exam or textbook for AP, IB, or CE courses, driver's education courses, competency remediation courses, music, instrument rental, and activity clothing, transportation and participation fees for events and performances. Now that's probably the one that addresses the band people the most. Transportation and participation fees for events and performances. Yes. And also, the music people have reached out and said, we have to buy music. It's expensive. So at the core of this, we want schools to be, I don't like using the term free because they're taxpayer funded, but we want to minimize that cost to the parents. But there's also some wisdom, I think, in having pay for play type of stuff where, maybe the retired person that has no skin in this game anymore isn't paying for everything, and parents that are participating with children are paying some of these non-academic fees. So extracurricular activities, all the extracurricular activities, nothing's changed there as far as football or cheerleading or whatever. There's still fees available there. Yeah, sure. And I brought my red pen so I can take some notes. So, yeah, if you have a during question.
Ask a question. So I had a question. I was reading the code last night, and a lot of these classes that you're saying are nothing's, they can still sports and things. But now a lot of our sports teams are teaching a period during the day as part of the team. And so the code precludes during the school day. So how are you mitigating that in the new draft?
Well, yeah, and as far as the details go, we'll have to I truthfully just can't remember. Okay. But the intention is to say, that class, typically it's a weightlifting class, say, or something like that. There's probably not significant fees associated with that. And the after-school portion of it, though, is 100% feeable.
Well, I'll just give an example. Like my daughter's on the soccer team at the high school, and they start at the beginning of fourth period.
Yeah.
And it's the soccer team. They do the whole fourth period and an hour and a half after. So I guess...
A swim was the same. My kids all swam.
Yeah, it just needs to be changed. The language needs to be mitigated there for those.
Yeah, this is some of the things that we're working on, and if the drafting attorney were here, maybe he could say, "Oh, we've addressed it. Here's the line." I truthfully haven't read the bill yet. The revision. It was yesterday, so. Yeah, and we actually got rid of that term co-curricular for a while. I think it kind of needs to come back, or at least some working version of it, whether or not we use that at term or not. But yeah, that's the intention, is to say, here's this swim class or this soccer class, and here's the curricular portion, here's the extracurricular portion, here's this choir or band, there's a curricular portion, there's an extracurricular portion.
So I'm wondering how you would identify or define classes that are required as a part of enrollment in an extracurricular activity, which sounds similar to this, but I don't believe that those classes are actually required. An example would be that, for example, if you're enrolled in ensemble, you're required to be in the chorus of the musical. And so then the co-curricular part of it, or the extracurricular part, is actually an extension of a core class.
Yeah, and
How do you-
that's another thing we've talked about, because like the thing was, your marching band was the one that brought up, yeah, you're going to do this in the school, but you are required to be there after hours, because if you aren't, the marching band doesn't work, And so those are some of the little places we're trying to find some the sweet spot to allow those fees to be charged. So I truthfully can't tell you how it's drafted at this point. So
You have to use your mic because the public's listening.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me get Molly in here first. Let me get Molly first. Molly.
Thank you. Hi, Representative Strong.
Hi.
We are still, can you address, to me, when I talk to constituents, a lot of them don't understand that this started out as an injunction, a court injunction. Are we still, what is the status of that? Are we still under a court injunction for eliminating school fees? Because isn't that how this started originally, was we had to remove fees?
to the best of my knowledge, no. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Now, maybe it was something, maybe Representative Robertson beforehand, but I've never heard that before.
That goes back a
well,
ways,
maybe
and I think it's probably no surprise, Elise, if there's a huge file cabinet that Angie left in your... That would be the injunction file cabinet. Angie Stallings, our deputy, this is from literally like 90
I actually
something.
I
Carol
was
would
actually
know.
involved in that.
So
and
it goes back a ways.
to
So
Molly
it's
later.
not surprising it's not part of the current, and we only know here because we had folks that were involved. So I think some of this did begin that, and then there's been efforts going forward to ameliorate things and then fine tune. But yeah, Carol would know better. I think, yeah, Molly was talking about the injunction. So hopefully we're in compliance now and we're fine tuning. But I don't know. Does anybody know better? Carol?
I know a lot about it, but you don't want to hear it all now.
Fair enough.
And
Yeah,
I'll just
maybe
talk
it's
to
kind of
Molly.
background now.
I actually, as I was moving out of my office, found the actual school fees, lawsuit pleadings, whatever. I've got the whole thing.
We're talking 90s, right?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, this is when the deep background, I think, some of the
And I
impetus.
didn't throw it away. So Molly, I can give you all the background a later time.
Okay. My point is that at some point this started not because of legislators, not because of parents, not because of teachers, but because the courts told us to. And it's been a process, and we're just moving down the process, moving, along in making school free and appropriate for all students. It is not a fly-by-night political activity. It is something that has been planned and thought through, and we just take it a step at a time. And I think that context is important, because we get so many comments like, I don't mind paying fees. Well, okay, you don't mind paying fees, but I'm not sure that's I'm not sure that's defensible. We have to make sure that a public education is free. So I think that gets lost in some of the conversation, and I think it grounds us back to what we're trying to do here and not get lost in the weeds.
Yeah,
Just-
good point. For
just
those
a
who are
thought.
upset at the legislature as if this is just a, it is. I think it's been an effort to comply with what is FAPE, a free and appropriate public ed, right?
And somebody that maybe makes a comment saying, I like paying fees, is maybe in the position likely many of us in this room are in, where we maybe could come up with those fees. And I'm not worried about those people so much, even though they shouldn't need to pay these certain fees either. It's the people that are just above the waiver.
Yeah.
And it's a cliff, right? So you got
Yeah.
a family and they make X amount and they get a waiver, and the next family that makes just slightly above gets walloped with a fee. And that's that's the area where I'm going. That's where I'm most sympathetic, I guess I should say.
Yeah. We had a couple lights questions. Brent, Cindy?
Yeah, just having been there myself with 7 children, and it seemed like it would take us quite a bit of money to get each school year started. And then it went from there. And as a parent, you always want your children to be involved in as many activities as they would like to take on. And so I agree with and I appreciate that perspective. Were on the injunction, were fee waivers part of that, or was that a different? That was.
It was always included.
Yeah.
Turn on your mic, Carol. Turn on your mic so we can all hear it.
So you're definitely right that I'm not worried about those who it's not a big deal. Then there's those, they have the fee waivers, but then there's those right there at the line. So anyway, thank you so much.
I didn't know this till actually I ran this bill last year. My wife told me, she says, I'm a commission salesperson, so my income can change dramatically from month to month and from year to year. And there was, I guess, a time I didn't know, she didn't even tell me about it, where the fees were due and we had 3 kids which are 2 anyway, for sure, in the high school. And she's just like, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. And I'm like, really? That happened to you? Why didn't you say something to me? She says, well, I didn't want you worrying about it. So I knew there would be some money coming eventually, but that was some pressure. And we knew there was money coming eventually. It's those people that don't. They get maybe a regular paycheck and there's just not enough. So.
So I just got turned off. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I can appreciate that. And some of the parents are concerned that if we're not allowed to charge fees, then we will have some program losses. Probably they'll have to streamline, make some decisions, but then their kids will be forced to, if they want to participate in the activity or sport, it'll be in a private way, which is upwards of 4 times the cost typically, even of a $800 soccer bill. At high school, it's $3,000 in the private. So there's all these things to weigh out, and my understanding is from the injunction, because we've worked on this for so many years now, is that the legislature can create what it sees as reasonable. And I really appreciated your philosophy that you shared when you came in, which was that we need to add some reasonableness to it, but also those that are using it should be able to have some skin in the game as well. And we need to have some provisions for fee waivers, which is included, so that we don't get to a point where, at least my kids go out and earn the money. But, if they had to pay the private fees, those are really exorbitant. So I think there's got to be some balance here to protect. Are you going to look at adjusting or clarifying in more ways the instructional materials as part of everything that you're drafting in now? Because I think there's still some confusion with, and we even worked on this, and our staff worked on this a couple of years ago, but I think there's still a bit of confusion there.
Yeah, we do have some revised definitions regarding that. There's instructional equipment and instructional supplies, and I think Molly was pretty helpful in making some of those distinctions, and so I think those were actually addressed in 415 last year in the bill, but I think we've even massaged those just a little bit yet as well to make them a little more, a consumable, or, versus a tool that the school kind of has to do with ownership. Does the school keep it, or does the student keep it, and these kind of things. And so there is, I think, some clarification there. As soon as I go through a little bit more, I'll make it public, and then I would really appreciate everyone's feedback too. So, and back to your original comment, part of your comment there was, I mean, if you think back, this is the way I feel about it. If I think back to my high school days, I don't remember that wonderful time I had in my English class. I remember these extracurricular activities. I played football, I wrestled, I was a student body officer, and those were the things that brought life to the school, and memories and things like that. So that's what we're trying to do. And I'm also a big proponent of, man, get your kid a job and get them to work and pay some of those fees, and it's good for them. And if you don't agree with that, then we probably will have a hard time agreeing on a lot of things, because I think it's really important that kids have skin in the game too.
Number one? Oh, yeah, sure, and then number one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a quick follow-up. One of our new members coming on the board, he talked with, for example, he talked with lots of teachers at his school, and he talked to the woodshop teacher who said, so he doesn't charge for the basic materials. You can get an A in the class and not be charged for this. But if some students really have an affinity and woodworking is their thing and they really want to go for it, they can buy additional things and do additional fancy whatevers. Are they still going to be able to do that if they find that that's their thing? And then the second question is, maybe this is for staff or Representative Strong, I don't know. How is CTE impacted by these?
Okay, first on the wood stuff, yes, absolutely. In fact, I think we even had it written such that they could choose an advanced project and go acquire the materials themselves, or the teacher could say, oh, you want to go beyond it? Okay, well, let's come up with a reasonable fee that covers our costs, and then you can explore your woodworking skills. So, CTE, I don't know. I guess...
It's not separately funded. There's quite a bit of.
I mean, I don't see it addressed. I see...
A school within a school, really, they have additional funding.
They do have additional funding. No, they have funding, but they also charge fees, I guess.
And do they charge fees currently? Like if you're in the construction class, are you paying a fee?
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
does AP, IB, or CE, are those all different? Concurrent enrollment, okay.
CTE are the more technical classes like the construction.
Off campus, maybe, or associated with SLIC, or...
And Todd Hopper in the back is saying, yes, they do charge fees for those. So
Yeah.
we need to know in this new draft how CTE.
Well, maybe we need to add that in there, because we
are
have...
gonna be
I kind of felt like it fell under this, but maybe we need to be specific. Tuition, college credit.
Well, that's concurrent enrollment. I think she's asking career and technical ed, which is CTE.
Concurrent
Two of
enrollment
those are
is
going
where
on
you
separately.
get credit for college to take English
Right,
class.
right.
CTE is more like a construction class or a sewing class or something that's going to give you skills for the workforce later. You can get certificates. There are pathways, but it's not necessarily an academic college credit. That's a
Then
concurrent
maybe
enrollment.
we need to include that then in this list of those other items.
It's
or
called career and technical education.
career and technical education, yeah.
Is that we're not voting here, but are people concerned that that would be or wouldn't be something to charge fees for? Does that fall within woodshop? Yeah, but make it clear which way. I mean, do we have different opinions on what board members want to weigh in on shouldn't? Patty?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You mean you think it should have a fee? Sure.
I just received information back from Talia Longhurst, and she said that CTE, care consumable supplies, CTSOs, fees, and conferences are all things that are fees and could have an impact.
So those are a few things where they're allowed to charge a fee, and I guess the question would be whether that would be precluded, which I assume would bring the same concern as the arts and band type of stuff, right? That if they're not allowed to charge fees for some of these things that may or may not be characterized as extras or core, that could have an effect on whether the program keeps going. I'm trying to just lay the land and not take a position, but
Yeah, and it's good. We're going to need to, I think it would be good to talk with staff and see the extent of that. I just know my daughter had taken the cooking class, and you've got to wear certain shoes, right? You've got to buy a uniform. And some of those are probably already included within the fever waiver or whatever, depending on where they fall, right? I mean, those are uniforms in order to participate, that cost a little bit to do that. So I don't know. There's some dynamics there probably need to be able to think through as well as the other things. So
Yeah. Okay.
thank you for taking all. I know Leanne's had her hand up. I think Christina too. Sorry, I'm getting informal. It's Friday. Who's first?
Being told to turn off your
Member Bogus? We got you. I just think we had these. I know we haven't heard from Leanne. Were you in line first?
I don't know, sir.
Go for it. I'm
Okay.
just trying to keep the flow.
So Representative Strong, I am wondering and if it is, how is core being defined in this bill? Because
I don't know if I can find it in the draft of the bill. He uses this terminology on this little cheat sheet he gave me. Core classes, defines core classes. So there's a definition there. And, okay, draft prohibits an LEA from charging a fee for a core course. Core courses are defined as courses that result in course credit or course grade within the core standards USBE establishes under Section 53E-4-202 and other statutory requirements. Core courses are defined as courses in subject areas of subject areas of English, language arts, health education, mathematics, science, and social studies. So that's a little snapshot of how it's written so far.
So I think we need to work on that. And
Really?
maybe you and I can get together and look at it. I think it's very broad. And if we're talking about that our core education should absolutely be free, we create core standards for lots and lots of things and those different code lines and such. So I think we should look at that definition if possible.
I think part of our opportunity here is to see if we take a board position. Individual members might have thoughts or opinions, but we'll send up a board recommendation on this at some point after we gather some more information. Member Wood?
Actually, Member Bogus asked my specific question. It was on that definition related to core. Because as you started out, it was that very much that those things we have core standards for, which we have core standards for everything from every CTE class, everything. So I appreciate Member Bogus taking care of that for me. Thank you.
That's a tricky one. I think that's come up with a number of the emails we've gotten, a number of board member concerns, and it could result in variations, I think, from school to school, right? If they have a different idea of what core is. So, at least from what I've heard from
If
different
it's required
schools.
for graduation, then
I've heard that from some, and others I've heard a different opinion. It seems like it's open to some vagueness.
you have your electives. You have your
Can we get,
electives too.
Member
I
Bogus
realize
some
that.
mic?
So I think though different schools have different graduation requirements, that is true. But I think for the purpose of fees, that it would be prudent to define core. Because, for example, electives are required for graduation, but students get to choose their elective. There are, I'm trying to think of other courses. So, for example, in the framework where the legislature, I believe that it was Doug down south that ran it, where debate can now count for an ELA credit. Debate is inherently an extracurricular activity, but now you're getting ELA credit, which is required for graduation, and you're getting into murky waters there. And so I think just defining core, and I could probably throw some good language somebody could smith out, but I think just defining core, what does core mean? And then if it's a course in lieu, that you can charge a fee for debate if they're using it in lieu. But if it's, English 10 taken at the local high school, then there is no fee. I think we really need to think through what is being defined as core?
Okay, fair enough.
All right, thank you for taking all of these. These are a distillation of 1,272 emails, I believe. Member Lear, as well as our own thoughts. But thank you. Yeah, we've been all hearing from a lot of interested folks. Carol?
Emily has a question who's been waiting more
There you go. Member Green.
than I am. But I just wanted to say two things. First of all, there is a permanent injunction, which means it still exists with the, I think it used to be 3rd District Court, which is now changed considerably in terms of terminology. But it's still, and we had this discussion 5 years ago, and the AG's office had gone back to the court and said, yes, there is a permanent injunction still that started this. So I think that's maybe a little bit beside the point, but interesting to know. So it didn't start with the legislature. It started with that injunction filed by a group called Utah Issues that said all students were not getting the same equal opportunity as others, and said specifically that extracurricular activities were part of a complete public education. So I think it's an important historical fact. And then secondly, I hope in this, as we go forward, there is some deference to local control. We give that a lot of lip service, but many districts, LEAs, have figured out how to resolve school fee issues in their own ways, in their own communities. And I hope there is some deference to that, and it's not a prescriptive law, again, that's 10 pages long that requires a rule that's another 10 pages.
10 pages is pretty short.
I hope
about
so.
What this is.
I would be happy.
Can only dream.
I don't mind a 10-page bill.
Well, it's
one
hard
page
for
is better, but
school people are
Yeah.
maybe busier than the rest of us, and they have a hard time with that if the rule is piled on that. So I hope there's some concern for local control. We learned a lesson, I think, initially when there was very prescriptive language about fundraising, and then gradually both the board and the legislature backed off, saying, you know what, this is better handled at the local school district charter school, where they've made peace with how they raise funds and how they involve students. So I hope there's some deference to local control.
And the intention is to for sure eliminate the fees that are general in nature. And I've talked to several different people. They're charged. This young man from like Highland High School called me up, and he says he's on the school newspaper as a student. Hey, can I interview about your bill? And he said, yeah, we get charged a $30 fee at the beginning, and it pays for all of our dances. And I said, well, okay, and I kind of explained why I think that's not a great fee. And then he writes this article, and he says, there's no more free dances. I said, well, your dances aren't free. You paid a $30 fee for them. And what about those kids that didn't go? Not everybody attends the dances. Anyway, it was kind of funny.
Yep.
This young man did? You know who I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, I'm just gonna.
Was it
just
Highland
checking
High
with
School or something? Yeah, okay. Well, I need to probably talk to him about that award.
I know Representative Strong's got a day job, and I think we might have one or two more. But if
Day job.
unless you want to keep going, what's that?
Day job.
The day jobs. I know. I got mine too. But I want to respect your time. If we have a couple more questions, maybe we can shoot for 3:30 wrap up, or you tell me what your timing, and if there's more you wanted to share with us.
Yeah, there's one more thing that I kind of this part of this that
You're driving, so you
that
take
I
all
haven't
the time
mentioned
you
yet.
want. I just want to make sure we don't keep you all day, because we definitely could if you let us.
Yeah. No, this is just brief. We also have tried to include a transparency piece. So when you sign up for classes, we hear, some kids get into a class and they go, oh, I didn't realize there was a fee for this class, and they've got to come up with a fee. So we thought a transparency piece, it would say, if there's a fee for a class, when you go enroll, it's all online now mostly, and it says you got wood shop, and right next to it says $25 fee or something so there's no excuse that, oh, I didn't know there was a fee. Yeah, well, you weren't reading because it was right next to the big print of that course. So that was another thing we thought would be helpful for these fees. So.
Member Carey and Member Bogus and Member Green. Member Carey, whoever.
Member Green.
I'm pretty sure it's It's Member Green. Yeah. I'll call on her.
Emily, you.
Okay. Well, and what you just said brought up one more question. I'll go quick. What would be a good question? Maybe I'll start with my second question. Once everything is defined, when everything starts to land, and we feel that this is getting resolved as far as how do we separate what would be a fee and what would be covered, do we have a way that LEAs can take that and compute locally how that would affect them, and then we can get that feedback in case there are things that have fallen underneath the radar that could become a bigger problem? What does that communication look like? And that ties in with the first question. How could we...
We better just do one question at a time because I have short-term memory issues.
And you can get back to me on that. I guess what I would be
I mean,
looking
so you're
for
saying
is
there's some
something-
exceptions down the road that we find?
I think I just want to make sure that it's like the debate one is a really good example of that because, okay, so it's an ELA, however, it's just a class, but if they go to competitions, then you're crossing over into what they could argue would be a core when actually it's extended out into the extracurricular. And I absolutely see conflict happening quite a bit with just that example. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's not just debate, right? It's swim, it's soccer, it's band, it's choir, art,
So, sir,
photography, all those things. And so hopefully if we haven't found it now, a space where we say you don't charge for what's done in class, but you allow for some of these things after class. It's something along those lines. Yeah.
Well, I'm not certain we're talking about the same thing because I'm talking about when an extracurricular activity that's done outside the school day is now eligible for course credit. That is required
and
as a graduation
that's what we've tried
requirement.
to. That's what we're trying to figure out, and that's what we're working on. Is that exact issue because you have, it's this term co-curricular, right?
Yeah.
You have to have it to graduate, even though it's an elective. Maybe it's not an elective. I don't know, but it also has these extracurricular features.
In fact, I think because my children did cross country for 2 or 3 years, that was a PE credit.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
No. Exactly.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
required, and yet it's extracurricular.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking then is, how can we communicate with our LEAs when this lands to get the feedback? Like that they can look through that local control element and see if that is going to be a positive move forward. I guess
I guess I'm not positive what you mean. I know what you mean by local control generally, but
There we go. At what point? Yeah.
oh, soon. I mean, it's still protected. There it is, right there. I haven't released it yet because, truthfully, I'm reading it now. I apologize. Work's been busy, but yeah, hopefully in the next week, or maybe even sooner.
And then my last question, are scholarships included into this in any way? And I'm just going to reference one that I came across. They were in a tech school. They had a tool that was covered by a scholarship. An application was filled out. If that scholarship hadn't been received through that tech school, then they would have had to cover the cost of that equipment. Does that, and if that's a completely different category?
I'm not sure. I mean, just the short term is, well, no, that's just AP, IB, or CE. Yeah. Tuition, college credit, or an exam. I really don't know.
Okay.
High school students will attend the trade technical education.
May I?
I think Brent's got it.
Yeah.
Tech. I think it's just tech, right? Sorry, go
So,
ahead.
Representative Strong, as a part of this conversation, I've lived in Utah for a decade now, seems like my lifetime, right? But when we came here, I didn't even know school fees were a thing. Like, I came from schools where we had to buy shoes and socks and everything else was covered. I came from a school that said if the school owned the instrument, we could rent it at $40 per year and they would repair it at their own expense at the end of the year. Things like that. So when we moved to Utah, school fees really slapped us upside the head to the tune of about, I think it was $2,100 or something. It was obscene. And we really didn't understand, even though we did not qualify for fee waivers, we didn't understand how we were going to do that. Because A, we hadn't budgeted for it, and B, we didn't expect it, like for it to be that high. And so I'm wondering if, as a part of this conversation and as a part of the legislation, there could be inserted into the conversation a cap per student and then per family. So let's say if you have one student in high school, you're capped at X, but if you've got so many students, I don't know. I don't know what that conversation looks like. I don't know if it even makes it more complex than it already is, because fee waivers are in here. They're a part of the conversation. But $2,100 for any family is not, it's not just like you pull out your wallet and pay it and then you go out to dinner and spend $500 there. It's a lot of money for people. And I'm wondering about adding that to the conversation in your bill.
I'm guessing that if you pay $2,100 in fees, there was probably some extracurricular things in there. I haven't heard anything even in the realms of the general fees for school, the administrative fees, textbooks, whatnot, that come anywhere. Yeah. Right. And I know that ours was a few $100s. It was in Jordan School District, I think a couple of years ago, it was $150. It's down to $80 now or something like that. I would say that I would be opposed to addressing that on an extracurricular level. I don't think the school should have to pay that, and I think your kids should be out selling oranges and chocolate. Or, I know, but that's what I'm saying. When you say $2,100 in fees, in my wildest dreams, I can't imagine how you had $2,100 in academic fees.
So it's everything. It was everything from we had to rent the locker to we had to rent the locker for his PE class. We had to pay the laundry fee for the stuff that they changed into. There was a laundering fee for the clothes they had to wear during PE. Those were provided by the school, but there was a laundering fee for that class. Then every music class had a fee associated with it, and we could either rent an instrument or buy an instrument, and we bought one, which was our own thing. I don't consider that a part of this thing. Chemistry was $60 or $70. And then there were a series of fees, and then there was a textbook fee. I think for one of our students, if I recall correctly, was $300 in textbook fees. It was just an exorbitant amount of money.
Yeah, and I think gone probably before this bill even.
So
it's part of the whole handful of
it's
years
just
we've been
I think
working
it's
on
just
it.
a conversation piece to have. I don't think we should be eliminating fees for extracurricular activities.
Yeah, okay.
At all. I just think that when it comes to, like I said, defining core, what is core, and looking at that and what it is, and is it appropriate to put a cap on that? I don't know.
Okay. All right, I know Member Carey wanted to speak. Member Reel.
You can go.
Do we have a light for Joe? Oh.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Representative Strong, this will be short. I just wanted to say thank you. It was the day before Ed interim, and like everybody else at this table, I was getting hundreds of emails, and not the generic machine-generated, but personal emails with personal stories about the concern they had about what would happen in Ed interim. And I didn't have your number, and so I reached out to...
Oh, did we talk?
We did.
Did Brady introduce us?
Representative McPherson.
McPherson. Okay, yeah, Brady Brammer did one too, McPherson.
And it was late, and I called just because I wanted to report something back to my constituents, and I was convinced I would just have to leave you a message. And
Don't leave me messages, by the way. I won't listen to them. Text me.
I called, you answered, and I'm glad. And it just meant the world to me. And the next day, and this is what really meant even more almost than the phone call, after Ed Interim was over, you just texted a quick update on what happened. And I just want to thank you. I know you didn't do that because it was me, but because I'm a member of this board. And that action and you being here today, to me, just speaks, it means a lot to me personally, but also I think to us as a board. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, that's kind. Thank you.
Sarah?
I actually was going to say the same thing. I've been on this board for 2 years, and you are the second legislator that has come and asked for input and worked collaboratively with the board in this way, like in a board setting. So I just want to say thank you, regardless of this sounds like a massive project. So I'm sure you're already deep into it, but I just wanted to say how much I appreciate that you have came and let us give some input into this bill. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
So I'll just say the same as the chair. Thanks a ton. And you've heard some individual recommendations. Obviously, board members are free to reach out. We sometimes will get together and make a policy recommendation up to the Hill, kind of on our own initiative. Other times we'll wait for a bill and then, weigh in and might, sometimes we have legislative sessions on the Hill. Do you have any preference in terms of receiving maybe a formal recommendation from our board? We will often, bring this to the body and just say, do we have a discussed and voted upon recommendation, which then, is taken for what it's worth, right? It's obviously we don't make the bills, but that is one part of the process. Do you have any preference on whether that might be helpful before the session starts, wait till the session starts? How can we best kind of give you our considered recommendation on this stuff?
Yeah, probably before the session starts. My hope is to have this prime time in the first week, because I know 415 kind of has a cliff on some things, and we'd like to replace it early in the session, and maybe we can get the governor to sign it or make it effective immediately or something along those lines. So that's my hope. So
thank you.
Probably the sooner the better.
Yeah, I think you said you'd be releasing a draft that we could look at, and then our body might meet and weigh in and give you our recommendation after that. Would that be
a
good timeline? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for listening to all of this and your time and effort. And sorry, did we have one more? Oh, Molly?
Yeah, I just, yes, I echo ditto on the thanks. And I love that you don't mind saying, I don't know. That is, that's
I get
fabulous.
that often. It's because I say it way too often.
But I did want to just mention to the board that CA Davis also sent to you in your email the fees internal audit that was done in 2018, and it has quite a bit of background information in there. Just wanted to bring it to the board's attention, and because I know the emails are coming fast and furious, and it could get buried, but it has quite a bit of good info in there to board members.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Hart. All right, well, unless you have more for us, we greatly appreciate your time and attention. So thanks a ton for coming in.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Folks, should we take a quick break, and then we've got some unfinished business from yesterday? All right. Oh, is that going on now?
I like how you keep people on their toes, because I still remember the text message, hey, you got that worked out yet? Yeah, we're working on it right now. It just passed.
Yeah.
Good work.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
visit with him.
Oh, that other dumbbell.
Yeah.
You know what? I hear your conversations all the time at home. I know. There's nobody
No problem. I'm checking out at 5:02. And can you just send the receipt to the email? No, that's it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, just letting you know in about 2 minutes or so, we're going to get started again. So if we can have you finish up conversations and get ready to return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order again. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and there's just a little bit of a finished piece here for our safety, and then we'll move to the other agenda items. We're going to let them finish that up and share just a couple more things they wanted to that they felt were very important for the board, and then we'll move on to the other agenda items we need to finish today. So go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There's one element that's time sensitive, and we just wanted to give Director Coda the opportunity to share that with the board, because this is something we think that will start, well, just time sensitive, and I'll defer to Director Coda.
Thank you so much. Chantal Cota, Director of School Safety and Student Services. And I'm also joined here by Tanya Albernaz, who is my coordinator for prevention and has been working with the system that we want to talk about just briefly here as we end our Friday afternoon together. We wanted to just talk about the early warning system. I just have 2 quick slides and then wanted to open up an opportunity for what next steps could be for this system. So just as an overview, the early warning system is an online digital reporting tool that will include the following criteria: discipline, attendance, behavior, course failures, and other criteria as determined by local school board or charter governing board. And so this is not the school safety dashboard. I want to be really clear. This is the early warning system, which is a different system. But where USBE comes in is in House Bill 84. It states that the state board shall create early warning thresholds so a teacher can identify a student who may be in need of an intervention, and the state board shall ensure that the LEA receives access to a digital program. And so I just want to make sure that we're moving forward. Oh, next slide. I'm sorry, Kelsey. Thank you. So here are the 2 points here. So the state board shall create the early warning thresholds, and the state board shall ensure that an LEA receives access to a digital program selected through a provider. So I've got Tanya here. Tanya, could you maybe start with the second bullet and catch us up on to where we are with the process, and then we can speak to the thresholds and what action is needed there.
Yes, so I'm Tanya Alberno's coordinator for prevention, and I'm overseeing the work of the early warning system along with Aaron Bruff, who is our data manager. We are putting together currently an RFP or scope of work to go out so that the RFP can go out. We can implement the statewide contract. And that is an option for LEAs. We wanted to take this year to put together a scope of work that would make sense, because many LEAs are already contracted with Panorama, who's our current statewide contract for this. And so we wanted to take the time to put together a good scope of work to be in compliance with HB 84, and then allow LEAs to finish out their contracts. And then if they choose to opt into the new early warning system provider, they can do that, or they can use their own early warning system. So that's where we're at currently with implementing this. I do want to just remind you that an early warning system is really just a data dashboard. So it takes the information from the student information system of the LEA and puts it in a display so that the teachers, administrators, and others in the school know when they need to intervene to help a student who's academically struggling. It is not a system to flag behaviors necessarily. It's really there to help them see when a student is struggling, and we need to make interventions to help them be academically successful. And because of that, currently each LEA has been able to really set their own thresholds for when they want to intervene with a student. And also recall here that there's potentially going to be multiple different early warning systems. And so this requirement for the state board to create thresholds is very difficult. And that's because of the variety of systems. It's also because the early warning system is very individualized and tailored to the needs of each LEA. They are the ones that tell for our current contractor what they want their thresholds to be. Each LEA has different policies and procedures. They also have even different time periods. So they have different quarters, different semesters. which play into when they want to intervene with a student. So it adds a level of complexity to this early warning system threshold requirement. So our proposal to be in compliance with the state board creating the early warning threshold is that we would just say that the state board's threshold would be that the LEA could set their threshold, if that makes sense. So, and I'm open for questions.
I think we should, let me think about that. And the only reason why I say that, I think there is an element of flexibility that needs to be built in there, right? But there's also an element of some things need to be consistent. And maybe those thresholds, I guess it depends on, I'm just trying to think through this. Well, I don't need to think through it right now. I'm talking out loud.
May I,
So,
Vice Chair?
yeah.
With that is a recommendation for consideration. And again, we
Yeah.
spoke before that would again come to a committee and then be
Yeah.
further fleshed
Yeah.
out. It would probably be in a rule. And so just bringing some examples or some things to the committee for consideration is just
Okay.
putting it in planting a seed.
And that would conclude our presentation.
Okay, thank you. And we will move to the next agenda item. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
And Chantel, I think, is going to maybe she already said this, and maybe I missed it. Just send out an email if there's additional information. Or if you have additional questions, feel free to reach out, right, so that we can get those answered. So, yep. Okay, what's next on our agenda? So under unfinished business, we are starting with, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're on use of discretionary funds. Was that where we were at? That's what I have listed. So this is a continuation carried over from Finance Committee, right? Am I articulating this? Yep. Okay.
That was actually a law licensing.
All right, let me just, someone's going to have to help me remember why we are bringing we postponed till today.
There was one of the items.
Yeah.
Discretionary about the platform, the 1.5 million for the school safety dashboard.
Okay, yeah, we wanted to wait till after this That's right. Okay, thanks for helping me remember that. There's been a few different discussions between today and yesterday. So I guess what do we have to do? Postpone. So would it be renewed where it was at, or would we need to make the motion again? So we're renewing where it was at. Let me read through this. Tell me if I'm wrong with anything. See, the original motion was made by Member Hymas, right? That the board commit, yes, because it came out of law and licensing, not finance. Commit 100. Oh yeah, it is 1.5 million. No, I can read up front. I just think that was more than I remembered. I was thinking of federal mineral lease funds for use for compliance with 53G 6806. And the effective date there was 5/1/2024. Parent portal and direct staff to begin using the funds as soon as possible with the intent to comply with the applicable code. There was a motion to amend, right? It was made by Member Bogus and seconded by Member Booth that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to advise of fiscal needs and secure ongoing funds without objection from the board. The staff will proceed with the request. Okay, so they're going to do that already. Yes.
Point of information, was that motion voted on, or is it still amendable? And then I might have a friendly amendment.
Is there
I don't think we voted on it because I think that's when we said. Did you read that one?
I did. Okay. Without objection from the board, the staff will proceed with. So that's what I'm.
Feel free. Amend it. And then I'll object.
Well, here's my question, because it says without objection from the board, the staff will proceed with the request. So the request is sitting out there already, and there was no objection. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm just making sure I'm reading this correctly. Okay. So then the question is there a need for the amendment, for it to amend if we had no objection to it, for staff to proceed?
So my understanding, sorry.
You're okay, yeah. if you have some clarity to that. Board Member Hart, did you, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so my understanding from Superintendent Jones was that the motion was needed, but that it was going to go without objection, but the staff could proceed. I just thought we needed the motion. That
Okay.
and so I guess my point in saying that was not to call out Superintendent Jones, but rather to say, could he please clarify?
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So the motion came out of the Finance Committee, correct?
No, lawn
I'm
licensing.
sorry, lawn
yeah.
licensing, the Special Lawn Licensing Committee. So my understanding of where we left off yesterday is we still need a motion for the board to approve what the Lawn Licensing Committee recommended. But I could have missed that. I could have, does that help answer Board Member Bogus's question? That's why I said we still need a motion or whether or not you approve of the use of the funds so
Yeah.
that we can record that and encumber the funds accordingly.
Yeah, that part has not been voted on. I just wondered
Okay.
about the amendment, but our Vice Chair Hart might have some additional feedback. Go ahead.
Small follow-up.
Go ahead, Board. Just a second, Vice Chair Hart.
So we made the motion, and we talked about it a little bit. And then the motion to amend that stated there, we talked about, but I believe that the staff agreed to move forward, that they don't actually have to have a motion, but then it's fine if we do. That was what was said. And then everything stopped because people wanted to hear the presentation before moving forward. So it's my understanding that we can formalize it and vote on the amendment, but our staff is already doing it, and the underlying motion is on the table.
Yeah, the underlying motion's still there. We would have to encumber the money, right? But the other item, staff can engage, we're engage on the fiscal needs and such. And so that was where we were. Okay. All right. Was there additional, Board Member Bogus?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. I thought, this is my understanding, that part of the reason we made these motions is because our staff is, dare I use the word, prohibited from engaging with legislators without direction from the board. And maybe that's not the appropriate word, but I thought, my understanding was what we needed a motion to direct them to work with the legislature. And am I wrong about that? Did I misunderstand somewhere?
Okay. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so what we've asked for in the past as staff is to just ensure in full transparency that by the board directing us to work with the legislature, that we can say, well, this stems from their encumbering of 1.5 million, but we also need more funding because, and as I articulated yesterday, the original estimate for this particular item was $3 million. And again, the grant fell through to that. But is there anything in your rules or your bylaws that says you explicitly have to direct staff to do it? I don't think so, but it just helps for staff to know that, as part of a particular motion or that you do direct us to do so, especially in light of the fact that you've submitted your request for funding, right? And it could be interpreted if staff are up there working with the legislature that, well, is this the board's priority or, those types of things. We were just trying to make sure we're fully transparent.
Okay. There's no harm. We can vote on it, right?
Okay,
I mean,
ma'am.
it's that simple. I don't know.
Okay.
It's that simple. So, Vice Chair Hart, did you have additional? Your hands
Well,
up.
Yes, I believe that we should go forward with an amendment because I think working with the legislature to advise of fiscal needs and secure ongoing funds now takes on a little bit of a different meaning or a little bit more meaning now that we've had the presentation by the safety I mean, the conversation that happened earlier, we're not just asking about fiscal needs and securing ongoing funds for a dashboard. I think this, unless we clarify that, this looks like it's fiscal needs and ongoing funds for the whole thing. So I think
Okay.
we need to either
So we're
make
gonna
that
go
clear
ahead and move that
or-
amendment then, and then just vote on it, right? And
Cool.
if there's any additional
Good.
comments
Good.
or adjustments, we'll do that. So the motion before the board is the amendment. It was made by Member Bogus and seconded by Member Booth. The board directs staff to work with the legislature to advise fiscal needs and secure ongoing funds. Is there anybody that wants to speak to that?
I would. This is Board Member Klein.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we can add language to it that makes it more clear what the 1.5 million is for, instead of just putting it under at parent portal, because it sounds off. I don't know. It just sounds off the chart for just a parent portal. But if there was more details in there that made it clear that it was for the school safety data dashboard or whatever it includes.
Board Member Klein, I think that's, we're getting a confirmation that would be a good idea to clarify that. We're going to vote on the amendment, and then I think Board Member Carey is going to help you make that amendment. Okay, and then you could tell me if that aligns with what you're thinking. He just kind of verbally suggested some language there. I think you're accurate.
Yeah, I'm happy to let him.
Okay.
I'm happy to let him do that, and if I don't like
Perfect.
it, I'll let you know.
Okay, so we're going to vote on this, and I don't see any other comments, so we'll vote on this amendment, and I'll read it again. The amendment would be that the board directs staff to work with legislature to advise of fiscal needs and secure ongoing funds. So go ahead and vote on that, and we'll take a series of people's, let's see, who we got here. We're Board Member Hymas. Where do you stand if you're on? Leanne Wood. If someone can,
Yes.
Leanne's a yes. If someone can catch hers.
Well,
And-
Hymas is no.
Hymas is no.
Board Member Klein is a no.
Board Member Klein is a no. Board Member Carey, could you catch her? And then Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Norton
Yes.
is a yes. Okay, that should get us close to our online people, unless I've missed. Member Davis. Okay, did you someone get her yes? Oh, well, hold on. Okay, we don't have her online. So we've got all of our votes in now.
Did you vote, Molly?
She voted yes.
You're a yes?
Just confirming, you're a yes? Okay. We might have to, what do you need to do?
Member Davis is a yes.
Oh, Member Davis is a yes. Whew, okay. All right, so that gives us 13 yeses, so that passes, and 2 noes. The noes are Board Member Hymas and Board Member Klein. And then I'm open for that amendment. Board Member Carey.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could just speak to the motion, and this was Board Member Hymas's motion. And just for purposes of clarification, when we say parent portal, and this is what we tried to stress in the presentation, the parent portal is required by statute, and the public safety dashboard is a required component of the parent portal. And that's where we have to gather this information from 1,084 schools across the state. So because of that, and for purposes of clarity, if the maker of the motion does not object, I would like to make a friendly amendment which would say parent portal and public safety dashboard.
So I just want to be clear, this came from a committee, and Board Member Hymas, it's not his motion, it's a committee motion. So
Oh.
just clarifying, so wait, to ask him wouldn't really be fair. 'cause
Oh, okay.
it's a committee, but which doesn't,
That's true, and I would put it before the body
Yeah.
as well.
yeah.
And then I'll just make the motion, and then we'll have to
Okay,
vote on
our
it.
amendment.
Amendment.
Okay, so the amendment would be to add, we have parent portal, and public, public safety dashboard. And does that add, I don't know if that adds clarity or not, though. But is there a second? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, if we could just change that to the parent portal with safety data.
Okay, so then your recommendation is to do the parent portal with safety data?
Yes. And the reason for that is...
let me get a second.
Oh.
Does someone have a second? Okay, it's been seconded by half the audience here. Okay, go ahead.
And just the ownership of the actual dashboard is may not reside fully with USBE, and because of that, we don't want to put. We would rather use this language.
Okay.
But we are still required to gather the data.
Okay. Is there any discussion to that, Board Member Lair?
I was fully supportive of this before, and my understanding, and so you can address that understanding if someone wants to, but my understanding it was for something that was not the exact same as this parent portal thing. Am I mistaken? Was that always, Scott? The parent portal was always including the data safety information. Was that always the intention of it?
To answer Board Member Lear's question, that's my understanding, yes.
And was it required in the original HB 84
Correct.
And the Florida thing. Now it's coming back to me.
Yeah.
I feel like I was a bait and switch kind of on
No,
where
no. This is a result, if I may, Madam Chair, this is a result of, we tried to pursue the grant funding.
Right.
It didn't go through, so now we're offering this to the board as an alternative funding because it was an unfunded mandate.
which sort of still is, but okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I have a hesitation because I don't want to suggest to the legislature that if the legislature dramatically underfunds something, the legislature will use, or the board willingly will use its own money, or at least this board member would willingly use her own money, the board's own money, to fund something where this is maybe meant for more research or creative projects. I'm cautious about that kind of message, but given that we are in a catch-22 with the Florida situation, thank you for the explanation.
Joe? Okay, did you want to, Chantel, can you confirm, what is the language in the code, what does it exactly say there? Do you remember, so that we're not mixing it with our actual parent portal that we have?
Yes, thank you. Happy to. So we have a parent portal, and in fact, I can share with you, Kelsey, if this is helpful, I have a slide actually on the parent portal that might be helpful just for, so it's slide 21. So it's Utah Code Section 53G6-806, and the portal should include the comparison tool, policies and procedures, school safety data, parent and student resources. So the school safety data that Board Member Carey referenced, that includes everything that essentially is in the law enforcement disciplinary action report, and then all of the other policies and things that should be there. And the comparison tool, just to give you kind of a visual, it's kind of like the school report card as we have now, where parents can click on and they can see from school to school how they're doing academically.
Okay, so it does confirm that language is used in there. So I just want to, okay. So the amendment before the board is that the board make the modification after parent portal and would be adding with safety data.
I got it.
Oh, well, I got a question.
Whatever.
Go ahead.
I just wonder if it might be a good time to ask the legislature to call this the parent safety portal, so it's distinguished from the other parent portal, which is in 53G. I think it's separate. Where is this other one?
Based on the PowerPoint, it looks like the same.
3 pair of glasses.
3 pair. 1.5, 1.0, and 2.0.
Where's the
They changed throughout the day.
I just move forward here. I'm trying to reconcile it with the bill that Representative Peterson ran, which talked about including parent portal with other information. Has that been analyzed in this discussion at all, or are we actually talking about two different uses of parent portal where the code section is the same? 806. These are the same sections.
The same portal.
Section is referred to in the. All right, I'm sorry. Same section is referred to in the portal. And we do have mental health services, changes to the educational environment, options for alternative school enrollment. Let's see. And we've got a parent engagement specialist in 807, which is now. Come on.
Kelsey, could you show us that last slide?
Well, I'll come back. We got two different versions of a parent portal, and it's gotten confusing. We might need some legislative clarification on this. One of them's safety, and the other one has parental rights that are up on our website, right?
And I don't know if this helps, but the section that we're relying on for the safety features is 806.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. And that one includes the parent portal, which I think is the same one. We're talking about information to access policies required by sections 203, which is more of a constitutional rights section, steps to follow for bullying. So this actually may funnel back to the same thing, but we have a parent portal section that Cassie Hayes oversees and updates, which talks about parent academic educational rights and opportunities. And then we got the dashboard, and I think they're both being called the same thing. And I think they both refer to the same code section. So as I look at that, I guess the good news is they're both referring to the same code section. Bad news is that two separate things that are coming out of that. So I don't know that I have a motion, but at some point somebody might want to get clarification at the legislature. Because we have Cassie overseeing a parent portal, and that's not this.
Can I ask a question? Did HB 84 just piggyback on that and add to it?
I do think that's the question we're asking. Yeah, I think it is, because I'm looking at B. It says, in addition to information required under subsection 2A, the state board shall include in the parent portal the comparison tool, school level safety data. So it is the same thing.
So here we've got in 807, if I can just one more piece. 807, parent engagement specialist shall be responsible for maintaining and revising on behalf of the state board the parent portal required by section 53G-6-806. So apparently we've asked Cassie Hayes to maintain the safety portal. We need some clarification there. All right. That may be the clarification we need, but somewhere we need, those to be separated out.
Yes, happy to speak to that. So we have several portals, and so there is the parent portal. Within the parent portal, the expectations from House Bill 84 is that on the portal, which we currently have set up as a website, and I think that's part of the confusion, is the portal was meant to be like a system where people could come on, similar to what Kelsey demonstrated earlier, a system where folks could come on and kind of manipulate things and look at different points of data. And within that parent portal, House Bill 84 established that school safety data should be part of that, along with other data points such as policies and procedures and all of the things up there. And that's where the comparison tool comes in as well.
Can I just ask, you're aware of the other parent portal, right, on our website?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to make sure we do have two parallel things going on. This one that you're defining is all the safety stuff, and then the other one is as defined in 807 and maintained by Cassie.
Yes.
All right, but you're not understanding, and the safety folks aren't understanding that the one on our website should be over here, are they? They understand these are two separate things?
They're under the
May
same
I
umbrella.
add just a little bit on that?
Yeah.
Which is in describing to Representative Wilcox what our parent portal is that Cassie manages. is this is a tool that parents would be also like to use as well. So making
Right.
sure there is a link on the USBE parent portal managed by Cassie. She doesn't manage the link or anything else, but just that it's linked from that parent portal, which provides the things that are listed there.
Got it. Okay, that helps. I just wasn't aware if the safety folks were even aware of this whole other thing going on. So the link connects the two. Okay.
Which we're back to with safety data. Okay, so that is the amendment before us, and I think we're ready to vote. So once again, we're just adding, or after parent portal, we're adding with safety data, so it's clarification there. Okay, so I'm just going to go around here. Board Member Klein, are you yes or no?
I'm not seeing that on the screen, the safety language.
It's the second part there. So it says member carry motion to amend.
Oh, there
Do you
it
see
is.
now?
Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I will vote yes on that.
Vice Chair Hart.
Amendment.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Davis. Board Member Norton.
Yes.
Board Member Wood.
Yes.
So we're just waiting for Davis. Everybody else has voted too, right?
She had to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there's a few people made this. So that passes unanimously, and Board Member Wood had an obligation. She's not voting here, so it was 14 in favor. Okay, we're back to the original motion. The original motion is that the board
That was
commit.
Board Member Davis.
Oh,
Vice
Board.
Chair Earl. That was Board Member Davis, not Board Member Earl. I'm still here. Or Board Member Wood is still here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Davis had to go. I apologize. Let me just clarify the record. That was Board Member Davis that was not able to weigh in on that. So Board Member Wood is still with us. The original motion is before the board as amended, and it is that the board will commit $1.5 million of federal mineral lease funds for use for compliance with 53G 6806, and then specifically parent portal with safety data begin using the funds as soon as possible with the intent to comply with the applicable code. Okay, and I'll just go in a circle here. Board Member Klein, are you a yes or no or abstain?
I am a no.
That's
No.
a no. Okay. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board Member Norton? Board Member Wood?
Yes.
Okay, do we still have Board Member Norton with us? Okay. Okay, and I have some other people who haven't voted yet that are in the body here. Sorry, I'm only calling the ones that aren't here. Sorry. If that's confusing for you, we just have a few people missing. For those online, we have a few people missing, but I'm calling their names out, the body that's here is voting. So we have not heard from Norton, and hers was a yes. Okay, so we're missing Board Member Norton and Davis. It passes with a vote of 12 and one no vote, which is Board Member Klein. Okay, we are going to move on to the Audit Committee report. Vice Chair Hart, is that you reporting that out?
Jenny, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
It's Norton. It's a yes.
Okay, could you make sure that's recorded that Board Member Norton would be a yes on that, so that would be 13 for that. Okay, and we're going to go to the Audit Committee report. Vice Chair Hart, if you don't mind. Do you have something in front of you that you can do that? Okay.
If we just pull up the motion, I can make it. The Audit Committee wanted to forward a motion to add an audit of the USBE advisory committees to the audit plan. And like was described in the memo, internal audit it's time for them to be able to plan ahead their work. They are working on the attendance audit, the CTE audit, and the thought here is, it's time to take stock of our advisory committees, make sure that they're, we're not wasting anybody's time. If we have them, we're able to get the information from them that we need, that the communication lines are clear, that they're needed, and that if they are needed, the constitution and the makeup of those committees and how often they meet and such are appropriate. It's just time that we reevaluate this. So the motion before us is to add an audit of the USBE advisory committees to the audit plan.
Okay, the motion before the body is that that the board add an audit of USB advisory committees to the audit plan. Any discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and take that motion then. And you can go ahead and vote if you're in the audience here. I'm going to call a few names out. So, Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Is a yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
I think, are we missing Davis still? Okay. Board Member Norton.
Yes.
And Board Member Wood.
Yes.
Okay, so that is unanimous with 14 in favor. We're missing Board Member Davis. Okay, let me look at my agenda here. Our next item is the monthly budget report. And so we will turn that over to Scott Jones, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, for that. So, you're pointing at Jim. Jim's going to give us the report, I guess. You're giving us the finance report?
I don't think so. You don't want that.
Okay. Yeah, monthly budget report. Yeah, go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, if we could pull up the report for, for the board members and the committee to see. Again, this is an interactive report. Any board member can go in and click on a particular section or portion of the USBE budget to look at status of funds, revenue. I will say or attest that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally responsible and sound. We can make all of our commitments and obligations, known commitments and obligations. Going forward, starting next month, and I know you just passed or adopted the the MOU between the SESB and the USBE. I know it's pending signature still. Starting next month, we'll break out separately the SESB portion of the budget report because now it becomes the onus is on them to attest to their financial stabilities. Our role is just simply to monitor that they're within the approved budget of the Utah State Board of Education and their expenditures are within the appropriate line items or the expenses are allowable. So, subject to signature and finalization of the MOU starting next month, that will be a separate or separated out from this. It'll still be the same tool unless the SCSB decides to use a different tool, much like the USDB does. But it all, we're all part of the same financial system, which is FINET, the state system. So I just wanted to make sure to update you on that particular portion. So subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes the monthly budget report portion, and I can move it your direction to the discretionary funds.
That would be great. And I guess I'm envisioning what you just talked about looking a lot like what we get from USDB. right?
I think so, but I can't speak
Oh,
for the
okay.
SCSB, and yeah, I would.
So I
would
guess
assume
next
I don't
month
know
we'll know their,
exactly. Right,
will they
yes.
be presenting, someone from them would, there?
That is my understanding. But you know, I can check on that. That they
Okay.
would they'll starting next month. You know, we just had to wait till the MOU. And
Sure, I
went through
understand that.
yeah.
I just was trying to create a similarity.
ma'am.
It's probably going to be
Yeah.
similar to what we've seen.
That's
Okay.
my understanding. Yes.
Yes,
So-
go ahead to the discretionary. I don't see any
Okay.
hands or anything.
The discretionary funds report is available for your review. As you can see in the bottom portion of the body of the report, we had highlighted in yellow all of the different pending actions. So now, based on your passage of particular requests for use of funds, we'll update the report accordingly to capture your actions related to these requests. Again, highlighted in yellow for your review, so that next month you'll see that those were adopted accordingly, or whatever adjustments are made. We'll make sure that those are in place for next month's discretionary funds report. If you'll just go up to, always try to orient everyone, including the public, to the upper right-hand corner. Remaining balances are what are unencumbered or uncommitted balances. So, and I think this is really important as a key takeaway from your processes and related to HB 84 and what you just did. You're demonstrating that you're on top of your finances, and you as the board are directing use of those towards purposes, right? And what that means is, or translates to, is that the legislature will say, well, or potentially, right? I can't speak for the legislature, is that wow, the board's really taking action and looking at using these funds not just to spend money, but for processes, projects, things like that you deem and you direct as accordingly. So for what it's worth, I think that's really a good demonstration to the public of your fiduciary responsibilities. So I'll just say that. So, ma'am, pending any questions or concerns, Madam Chair, that concludes the discretionary funds report. I will say that for the next item, we request that we give you the revenue update next month, and following the EAC Executive Appropriations Committee meeting on Monday. Dr. Nestor has been ill, and so Sam could do it, but in the interest of time, and we really feel that following Monday's Executive Appropriations Committee meeting and the revenue update that we all get in there, that it would be beneficial to you to have it in the January meeting, so that we can continue that knowledge and that basis of the revenue going right into the legislative session in January too. So
Thank you. And when the legislature says that, would you be reporting that back to us? We're going to be eager for their
right
enthusiasm about our. Anyways, Board Member Lair.
To Scott, if that's okay.
Yes.
A brief question to Scott, if that's okay. So is this the fund that the board compensation comes from?
no, it is not. The discretionary funds are funds that result from year-end closure activities and carry forward balances that are not encumbered. Like, maybe we have leftover funds because.
No, I totally got it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay.
just saying.
Right.
Then tell me the name of the fund that the compensation comes from.
It's just your board budget. It's the base board budget that your
Gotcha.
compensation
Separate
comes
from
from.
this.
Yes,
Thanks,
ma'am.
Scott.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anything else. Okay, so we are December. Oh, you're saying, okay, gotcha. We don't have anybody. Okay, so the next thing would have been the December economic update, but we've got some staff sick and other things. So, nope, I think we're good. Unless anybody, you're all, this body's good with that? Okay. So we're on to 2025 general legislative session preparation, request for statutory changes. That's where we're at. Okay. And policy advisor Elise Nui are you the point person here? Great. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yep. Deputy Superintendent of Policy. Nui. Okay, will you click on your microphone? and then introduce yourself. And then Greg Cannell is online. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
So Greg Cannell, policy analyst, should be on Zoom to answer questions as well. And I'm Elise Nui, deputy superintendent of policy. Okay. Is Kelsey driving? No, you're okay. I just didn't want to. So if you could pull up just the sheet from the background, the legislative request volume 1 or version 1, not volume, that would be a lot. Okay, here we go. So we only have one legislative statutory request for you today from our staff, and that is to amend section 361215.3 to clarify the roles, responsibilities, processes, and timelines for responding to legislative audits. This has come from our audit team, and they are here to answer questions as we pull that up. So if that would be appropriate, I would invite them to come up and explain this ask.
Yeah, that would be great. And I talked to Debbie earlier. I was like, if I had to summarize this, and basically, I'll give you a summary, and then Debbie will really tell you what it means. To me, this says a clarity in when things are due back and forth between the different auditing entities, who responds, when things are cleared, when things are opened, and it's just creating a clarity and formality and timelines is what I understood in reading through it. But I confirmed with Debbie because they're more meticulous than me and my thought processes here. So we can, if you want to add anything to that or explain, that would be great. And maybe even explain why and how we got here, right? From a couple of bills last year. Okay. Do you want to?
She can go.
Do you want to go first? Okay, Board Member Vice Chair Hart, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I want to make clear that this was the Reports and Requirements Task Force. This wasn't necessarily in audit. It was reports and requirements. So
might be a different one.
Just to be clear. Oh, is it different?
It might be. I'm looking at
Okay.
Debbie and Elise. Sorry?
Okay.
This didn't come out of audit committee. This is.
Well, we got two things. One came out of the Reports and Requirements Task Force, and one relates to audit roles and responsibilities. Those are two separate things, right?
Oh, this is the roles and responsibilities. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. This, let Debbie speak. You're right. I'm looking ahead to the Reports and Requirements number 1.
That's up next. Yeah, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that. You apparently owe us 10 minutes somewhere. Let's tack it on to the next board meeting, please.
Here we go. Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. So this is pursuant to House Bill 244, which was passed during the last legislative session. This is very significant to the board because we are the subject of the most legislative audits. Right now, we're currently tracking 10 that are in process. And there is a significant amount of work that now has to be done because of this bill as we respond to audits and also as we provide updates to corrective action to audits. There are some things in the statutory language that are not clear or that just leave it kind of open to the discretion of legislative audit as to how things will work. Things that are prescribed for us are much more strict. And so this would just really clarify all the requirements that we have on our end, also help us understand better what the responsibilities of legislative audit would be as well. So really just clarifying and as was stated, just helping us understand those reporting requirements, which again are very significant for the board given the number of audits we are subject to.
Okay. And so I'm just going to read the motion for the board unless do you have a question? Oh, well, I'll let you move the motion then, and I'll second it then.
I would move that the board direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to UCA code as proposed by CA Davis.
Okay. I'll second that. It's different than the actual motion is that different? Oh, okay. Okay. It's different on my paper, so that's why. That's fine. I can move that motion if that's with that the number one there, is that, I just want to make sure we're reading the right. Yeah. There you go. Direct staff to work. Okay.
So then I would move that the board direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to section 36-12-15.3 to clarify roles, responsibilities, processes, and timelines for responding to legislative audits.
Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'm looking around. Do we have? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Board Member Carey.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Director Davis. I mean, I imagine there's a relationship between your audit committee and OLAG and these other institutions. Hopefully, most of the time it's very good. And I'm sure you could have just reached out and addressed these things informally. And I think it speaks very highly of you and your team that you would come here to receive this authorization when certainly it would have been much easier to do this informally. So thank you for that.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that, okay. Do you want me to wait a minute?
No, I was trying to make it easier on you, but I realized you know what you're doing.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to amend section 36-12-15.3 to clarify roles, responsibilities, processes, and timelines for responding to legislative audits. Go ahead and vote. I'm going to call a few names. Board Member Klein?
Yes.
Is a yes. Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Is a yes. Who do we have Cindy on right now? Or Board Member Davis? Board Member Hymas is a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Board Member Norton? Do we have Davis?
Yes.
Board Member Wood?
Yes.
Okay. That was a yes. And I don't think we have Board Member Davis on, so she voted yes. Is that correct, Board Member Klein? Okay, so
I voted yes.
That's unanimous with 14 in favor. We're missing Board Member Davis. So we're on to the next motion, right? Okay. Is someone reporting out on that? Are you reporting out, or is Chair Moss? Who's reporting on that?
Either way.
We had one other potential statutory change motion. This was brought to us from Board Member Davis, but she's not here right now, so I don't know. Oh, okay.
So Board Member Laird, do you want to make that motion then? Okay. I don't know where that's at, but.
Say it's from sort of the consensus that seemed to come from our meeting with Representative Strong, specifically though from Member Davis, and I've added a piece that she then tacked on in a text at the end. So the board would be that the board and staff work with legislators too, and then there's three parts. And I think you have two of them, right, Elise? And the third would be consider extending the timeline to implement school fees changes, specifically consulting with USDB and LEAs regarding feasibility.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there's a second by Board Member Booth, and let me read what it is, make sure we've got the language the way you want it.
I don't know, feasibility may not be exactly the right word, so if somebody can think of a better one in the meantime while we read these, great.
Okay, so what I'm reading is that the board directs staff to work with legislators to clarify core, co-curricular, and extracurricular, continue to allow fees, and help the legislature understand the budget deficit created by removing the fees, and consider extending the timeline for implementing school fees legislation to Board Member Carey?
Just a question, which is, and this question I think was asked earlier by Board Member Davis, but this motion appears to be related to our work session. Yes. And I just want to know, in terms of procedure, is it appropriate, and I'm not saying it's not appropriate, but is it appropriate to make a motion from that session? Just because I've never been here when we've done it, so.
This is in, and just from what I know, this is independent, meaning it's already cited here, so the action anybody could bring a motion for legislation.
At this time?
Yeah, at
So
this time.
I withdraw the question. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and that's why we couldn't make it then. It was informational. This is an action and legislation. Okay. Yep. So anyone could bring something forward. Board Member Straight, I don't know if you're next, but I see your light. Okay, Board Member Bogus, and then Straight will be after that. Okay.
So I believe I may amend this. I'm just wondering what the thoughts are about in number 2, not just helping them understand the budget deficit, but the loss of programs and the logical conclusion of keeping those programs.
Can I speak to that?
Yes, if you want to speak to that.
Thank you. I think Cindy was drafting this quickly, and I think that was the intent of what she was meaning in that number 2, the loss of the deficit in those more comprehensive ways.
So that I would move to amend it to say, in number 2, to continue to allow fees and help the legislature understand the budget deficit created by removing fees, the possible loss of programs, and the logical end of keeping programs, which would ultimately be a raise in the property tax, which would be passing those fees along to our neighbors. No, I don't want to say all that.
I think maybe
Could we, and I wonder, could we maybe
Christina?
compromise and actually maybe say something like impact instead of listing out? So it might say, understand the impact created by removing fees? Or is that not broad enough for everybody?
Well, I think she intended, and I want to try and stick with her intent, but I think she wanted to explain what people would be losing.
I see. So she wants specifically with
the deficit, the loss kind of a thing.
The financial loss, the loss of programmings, and
yeah,
then
and then I think sticking with those 2. I don't want to complicate what we're asking the legislature to consider.
and that's fine. I don't think that our legislature does understand that if our schools do not impose fees and they lose money and they want to keep programming, they will pass that tax along.
that addition work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read it out. If there's anybody that disagrees with the amendment, let me know and we'll vote on it. So the addition would be, before it said budget deficit, and we added in there, and possible loss of programs. Is there anyone that?
I think.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody oppose that, so we're going to consider that an addition, unanimous addition, as an amendment. Okay. Additional people speak. Brent, thank you. Sorry, Board Member Straight.
Well, I'm going to say the obvious because it's been this way. In fact, we had business cases 3 years ago, 4 years ago. The issue is simple in that we all want to get rid of these fees. We see the negative impact of having the fees, but then how's it being funded? If it's funded by eliminating things that we want our children to be involved in, well, that's not what we want. And that's what we're trying to communicate here. But maybe there's a slight insinuation that perhaps we can't get this done this year. I think we need to get this done this year. We just need to solve the funding piece. And from my experience, working with Representative Strong previously, he very much is engaged in getting things right. He understands all of that. We're going to have a different version of that in a week. And then we're going to look at endorsing or not. Now, my encouragement is that we endorse. I think we need a communication, but I don't necessarily want to have a motion with something formal to present to the representative in regards to this. I think there's time. I think we communicate our concerns with Representative Strong so that he can have it worked, and then when we come back in January, well, when those who are here, then you can be in a position to, if needed, do something like this. But in the end, we want to support the bill. We just don't want to lose good programs for kids. And so I think we wait. I'm gonna vote no on this. I agree with every element of what's in the motion. I think it's accurate. I just don't think it does us any good at this point.
Okay, Board Member Lair? Oh, wait, sorry, we're not on, oh. Me? Yes, you're in charge here. Okay, Board Member Lair?
I hear what you're saying, Brent, and I think your point's well taken. I think Cindy's desire, and I share it, was to memorialize our discussion today. But my thought, and I can't, this is where I can't speak for Cindy, is that that we provide this information to Elise and the other staff members who work more officially than all of us together do with the legislature, and then they would find the appropriate time and way to communicate this. So this is the communication with their expertise built in, not necessarily pushing him before he's ready or just finding the right time, but memorializing what we discussed and concluded today.
We need you on your mic if you're gonna.
That's what I'm suggesting. I think was intended, that it would be said at the right time in the right way by Elise and others to communicate our concerns about because he didn't even know the details of his bill. So
right.
I don't want to jump over him, but I think Emily made this point to me that we kind of, it's a tricky place about when you communicate this, because if you wait too long, then it's easier for that to be solidified in people's minds. But if you act too soon, then you don't give them the chance to get their ideas on paper. So I would leave it to Elise and others to figure that out.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and yes, so we understand the intent of this. That would be my only concern, is that's communicate. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And maybe I'll just add, when I'm taking into this consideration, I'm looking at these 3 recommendations, which seem pretty broad and seem to be reflective of what we're hearing from the public and what we discussed today. So I don't think I think it still allows for that. Personally, I think it allows for the flexibility, but it also says, yes, we did speak, and these are the areas we're going. So that's kind of what I'm thinking as far as this goes. Okay, are there additional comments on this? Oh.
Maybe just a question. I guess
Yeah.
there's some, and I won't be here in January, but when we say clarify those terms, aren't there more than one way to clarify those, and lines that might be drawn this way or that? And I'm curious whether this leaves the board in control of their recommendations. If we certainly trust staff, but sometimes we say, well, we want the line drawn here. Would that keep the board the ability in January to say we want a particular kind of clarification, or does it sort of defer all that?
I'm using the word Cindy used, so I'm trying to honor that. But I think that goes to what we just said, is that we understood, I think there was consensus that co-curricular needs to come back, and it needs to connect to those classes that are part of extracurricular. And so it becomes co-curricular. So I think we are clear. I think our staff is clear. So I don't think we need, I think that, and they know what we want. We don't want co-curricular to go away. We don't want it to be defined only as extracurricular. So I think they're clear about that.
Okay. I did want to just share something. I just did get a text from Representative Strong just a minute ago he just said, thank you for letting him come. Last week when Cindy and others said we'd like this on here, I said, well, let's go right to the source, right? When I reached out to him, he's like, I'll see if I can arrange my schedule. He just is saying that he appreciated the engagement and that it's a meeting he won't forget for a long time because he felt like he was brought in, right, to the conversation, and that we asked additional questions that he hadn't thought of, right, or that they hadn't thought of. So I'm just relaying that he's appreciative of that before we vote on it. It's not that it matters, but
I think it did. I'll just echo that. I talked to him in the hall, and,
Yeah.
and he was kind of surprised of the gratitude, to be honest. And so, it sometimes we don't know that the legislators enjoy this, and he was great to come in here. So I think it was a great opportunity, and I said, hey, tell all your friends on the Hill. we love this.
Nice of you, Jim, as that door hit you in the rear end.
Right? Bring them on in here. I won't be here, but they got a whole group ready to talk. So I thought it was a
Okay.
great example of talk.
okay, so the motion before the board is that the board directs.
Vice Chair Earl.
Oh, sorry. Who's this?
Oh, that's Cindy.
Cindy, go ahead. Board Member Davis.
No, this is Board Member Wood.
Oh,
I
sorry.
just had my hand up for a while.
I mean, Board Member Wood. Go ahead.
So sweet and kind. They sound the same. And unrushed.
Did you have
Yes. I have a concern with number 2 in the continue to allow fees, because I think that the bottom line is that the legislature is trying to work out a way. So I would actually like to strike continue to allow fees and help and put communicate, or sorry, I'm on my phone. That work with legislators to understand the budget deficit and possible loss of programs. Because I think we're asking them to extend the timeline to implement this. Something's going to happen, and
So you're asking, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is removing the continued school fees, but wanting them to understand the relationship related to the fees. Am I?
Yes.
Okay. And you're making that a formal request?
Yes, please.
And I second that.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? So this is what it would read. It would say, help the legislature understand the budget deficit and possible loss of programs created by removing the fees. But we would be taking out continue to allow school fees. That part we would remove. Yes. Board Member Wood, do you want to speak to that one more time about why taking out the continue school fees?
I think it feels like this random request of us that we already know this has been worked on for so many years, to just say, just keep doing it, just keep doing it. No, we have to find solutions. Find the solutions by clarifying the definitions, by better funding, there's lots of ways to do it, but to just this random ask, keep allowing it, that's not a solution, because we already know there's this issue that we have to solve.
Okay. Board Member Carey?
Thank you for that clarification. And that does help, because I thought when it said continue to allow fees, it meant specifically for this period of uncertainty. And I think by removing it, it removes the uncertainty. So thank you.
Okay. Board Member Lear?
I feel like our staff has the information they need to work with the legislature. So I would not want an option to be not to have fees, because we can't afford it. But in the spirit of passing this on to our staff, I'm okay with that. And I hear Leanne's concerns and Member Carey's concerns, so I don't think it's worth changing words and wrestling with words. But I I want to say for the record that we have to continue to have fees until we have a money tree, or we'll lose programs.
Okay, Vice Chair Hart.
I agree with the amendment, and that makes it so that I can vote yes for it. Number 3, consider extending the timeline for implementing school fee changes. Does also support that, because by extending the timeline, we're continuing to do. And there's no bill that eliminates school fees, and there's not even a recommendation to eliminate them altogether. There's just changes. So I don't think anybody's saying that we're doing away with fees. So to say continue to allow fees just adds confusion.
Okay. And I do think even on 2 itself, the end of that, that we're asking if you remove the fees, we got to understand the complexity of it. It speaks to the need there. So I actually agree with the removal too. But okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on this. The amendment is to take off continue to allow school fees and. So go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Board Member, Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Norton.
Yes.
And Board Member Wood. Do we have Cindy Davis on?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm missing one vote. Oh, is she online? Oh, okay. We have two board members that have other obligations right now. We had Board Member Rill and Board Member Davis who are not with us anymore. So that passed with 12 in favor, 1 opposed. Who's the opposition? Okay, Board Member Green is in opposition to that. Okay, the motion before the board, I'm not seeing, okay, would be that the board directs staff to work with legislators to clarify core, co-curricular, and extracurricular. That's 1. 2, help the legislature understand the budget deficit and possible loss of programs created by removing the fees. And 3, consider extending the timeline for implementing school fee. Do you want to go up a little bit? Oh, sorry, I'm looking down here. Sorry. School fee changes to consider feasibility. Sorry, I'm reading off the bottom. I apologize. As amended. Sorry, right, it is amended. I don't have to, right, okay. All right, go ahead and vote. Board Member Klein.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
Board Member Norton.
Yes.
Board Member Wood.
Yes.
That passes unanimously, and we don't have Board Member Rill and Board Member Davis with us. So, okay, and I think we have, that completes that. Are there motions from the task force? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Chair.
Should I bring that, or I guess I should. Sure. All right. Chair Davis is she's chair of the task force, and I've been co-chairing. But reports and requirements. Task force met in advance of the next legislative session, revived and kind of updated a request that was made last year that was not put into effect, but it was an effort to seek the legislature's help in, number one, looking backward, figuring out all the programs that are out there on which the legislature is seeking input on compliance or performance. Do we know what they are? Do we know what's expected? Do we know how the data is being used? And I brought up in the task force that years ago, 2016-17, when we were starting this, what became ULEAD, we sort of looked at this initially. We had a kid who was an intern at UVU look at this, and he gave us a pretty good spreadsheet in a couple of weeks that had all these pilot programs. Well, that kid's now working at OLAG. He's been out and got a PhD, and So I kind of thought, you know what, maybe we can ask them to take a look at what's going on up there and help us in this process of making the reports and requirements process a little smarter, kind of figure out where the data is going backwards, and then going forward, if we might propose that they include information like that in their fiscal and perhaps a reporting note, because our LEAs keep telling us, as we on the task force have tried to dial back reports, they got 5 more each legislative session, and we're trying to be partners. Representative Pulsifer has been terrific on that, and trying to just kind of help get our hands around the number of reports that are being out there, but more importantly, for their interest at the legislature, can we help you to understand how is this being used? Is it being used? Where is it going? And that would help the LEAs feel better about filling it out and sending it. And in the meantime, we might streamline further. So those are the 2 recommendations from the task force, are that we propose to the legislature taking these items, taking these actions, one looking backward, one looking forward.
Okay, do you want to move these separate or
so
together?
I will move that the board, I can move them separate. Let me move the second one first because it contains more detail. Second one is I move, let's see, the Reports and Requirement Task Force moves that the board request that OLAG compile a report on the following questions. What is the cost for collecting the information? Who is looking at the reports and data, if anyone? And what is being done with the information, if anything? And can any reporting or data collection be reduced or gathered in any other way?
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay, there's a second. I think I heard Board Member Carey and Straight. They were fighting for that. Let me read it out, and then you can tell me if there's any questions to it. So the motion is from the task force, Reports and Requirement Task Force, that the board requests that OLAG compile a report on the following questions. What is the cost for collecting the information? Who is looking at the reports, data, if anyone? And what is being done with the information, if anything, and can any reporting or data collection be reduced or gathered in any other way? Any questions, comments on that? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on that. Board Member Klein? Vice Chair Hart? Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board
Hopefully
Member,
you can hear me.
Yeah, we heard you, but that was a yes. Board Member Norton?
Yes.
Board Member Wood?
Yes.
I'm going to circle back because is Klein on still? Oh, Klein is not. Is Hart on? Vice Chair Hart?
I'm here. I'm
okay.
here.
We
Sorry,
just didn't hear you. Is that a yes? Okay.
Yeah, no, I stepped away. Thank you.
And that was a yes then?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So that's 12 in favor. We're missing 3 board members, so it does pass unanimously. Let's see, and then one more motion.
Okay, the second one, and let me just say thank you to Greg Cannell while he's on. We have amazing resources now that track the requirements and reports from the federal level, state legislative to USBE level. And it's been very helpful already in narrowing, streamlining, consolidating, trying to make it smarter. And so thank you to Greg for all of that. And if you ever want to see a master spreadsheet, ask Greg. It I think will serve us well for years to come in streamlining that burden that's put on the LEAs and making it smarter so that we have the data we need and not the burden that we don't want. So in that note, the second motion is that the board request that OLAG and USB staff work together to formulate standardized questions to ask the legislature regarding reporting requirements when they are creating a fiscal note for a bill. And those would largely be drawn from that first motion, the type of questions.
Okay, I need a second to that motion. Second from Board Member Carey. Any comments to that? Okay, the motion before the board, this comes from the Reports and Requirements Task Force, legislative ask. The board requests that OLAG and USB staff work together to formulate standardized questions to ask the legislature regarding reporting requirements when they are creating a fiscal note for a bill. And we're ready for that. So those, Board Member Klein's not with us, right? Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
That's a yes. And Board Member Hymas?
Yes.
Board Member Norton?
Yes.
That's a yes. Board Member Wood?
Yes.
That's a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We're missing Board Member Klein, Board Member Davis, and Board Member Rill. And anyways, that passes. So I don't have anything else. Are there other? Hold on. Is there any other? Well, actually, we do have one more item, but anything else under the legislative session that anybody has? Okay, we're going to move to the last item. This is the board requested legislative funding. Is there, who's taking that then? Is that, okay. Is that Deputy Superintendent General? Okay.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Ms. Newey, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. We, as of right now, do not have any requests for legislative funding. Sorry, I was communicating with Greg. Scott, do you have any others? No. Okay. Those were our only concerns.
Okay.
So no.
Okay. It looks like I'm seeking one final motion unless, let me clarify, make sure we didn't miss anything. Staff, is there anything from yesterday to make sure we covered everything? Okay. So I'm looking for a final motion. The motion before us is to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.